Yeah, we're gonna get started soon. Just waiting for people to get on. Hey, Walter. Put a one in the chat if you can hear everything. Peace, y'all. Chama Wingapo. Hello, you're a snake. You're in Europe? Yeah, I'm trying to start going live at night because I know some of y'all in other countries, other area codes, you're missing the lives. Peace, Camp Power 10. Mind's Eye. Peace. Stay with me. Stay saved and sanctified. We better get into the Nanticoke in a minute. You in Florida? What's up with the Euro snake? What's up with that name? You know, it's been a wild week already, and it's what, Tuesday? A whole bunch of stuff can happen. A whole bunch of people been exposed, but that's none of my business. Hey, Patricia. Alright, we're gonna get started in a minute, y'all. I don't like to have no long intros. Let's get straight to it. Sure, namesake. Oh, okay. I see y'all. All right, welcome, y'all. So, it's a whole lot of information on these Maryland tribes and the surnames that hasn't really been spoken about. So I'm going to get to the Nanticoke, and the Nanticoke has a whole lot of information. So I'm just going to touch on as much as I can. Y'all saw I did 4 hours, and I still don't think I finished the Chomp Tank tribe. So some of that stuff is going to spill over to the Nanticoke. Yeah, the Indian flute. It's supposed to be like hip hop or something. Euro is money, and I was born in the year of the snake. Oh, okay, I understand. Euro snake. That sounds like a rapper name. Like you better put a mixtape out. Oh man. Hopefully we can get into it. Yeah. Alright, that's okay. I'm just gonna cut that off. I'm just gonna play stuff off. Alright, so we're about to get into it. Respect. How you guys doing tonight? Shama Wing Kapo, Ladada Wings, TashaXi. My name's TashaXi. So we're about to get into these surnames. And it's very important to us that we connect with the right families and get everything together. A lot of people keep asking how they find their tribe, and I keep telling y'all through the surnames. Through the surnames. Okay. There's a lot of guessing and things before people were doing. They were just making assumptions. Because your grandmama from Mississippi, you from Choctaw tribe. No, because sometimes your grandma ain't really from Mississippi. Her parents is from North Carolina or somewhere else. So you got to keep tracing back to those tribes. Okay. Now there are some people, like Johnny Aborigine, who has traced his people back to those areas in Louisiana, and they're all from that area. But then there's other people who are in Louisiana now whose family are from Virginia and North Carolina and Maryland. Okay, so especially those who have enslaved ancestors. And I was saying the other day, most of the slavery here was domestic, okay, meaning most of the slavery came from the 50 states or however many states it was back then. Okay, they're not a bunch of people came from Africa or all this other stuff they try to tell us, because even in their narrative, only 3 to 5% of the Africans came to North America, and North America includes Canada and Mexico. Okay, so they don't tell you all this, but that's what North America is. So getting back to it, most of the enslaved people were domestic. So a lot of enslaved people from New England, especially the Algonquian people, were enslaved and taken down to Virginia. Okay, so the biggest domestic slave farms or breeding farms were in Maryland. Okay, the Maryland Eastern Shore area, Southern Maryland, like PG County, the DMV area. That's Arlington, that's Alexandria, Virginia, all those areas. Okay, and the largest domestic slave port, as I showed you in previous videos, y'all can look in my archive and see the largest domestic port was in Alexandria, Virginia. Okay, so those people who were created or whatever, because they want to create this big black slave that we all descend from. Okay, their creation of these people without nationalities, without identities and tribal affiliation, those people that they bred, a lot of them descended from the Nanticoke people, from the Piscataway, from the Chomp from Susquehannock, all these different tribes that were in Eastern Shore, Maryland, Southern Maryland, as well as Northern Virginia and DC. Okay. Where was the Weaver plant? I'm not sure which state. There's a whole bunch of plantations with that name. Yeah, so getting to the plantations, there are hundreds and hundreds of plantations just in Virginia alone. So imagine the magnitude of all these plantations around the rest of the nation. Okay. There's hundreds of plantations that are actually still standing today in Virginia. So before the Civil War, there's many more that you may never know about. Okay, they're not still standing. Hey, gratitude, flamethrower. How you doing? You said Arkansas. Arkansas had a lot of plantations as well. Okay, and a lot of those people in Arkansas came from Georgia. And a lot of people in Georgia came from the Carolinas. And then before that, the people in the Carolinas came from Virginia and Maryland. So it's a connection here. Have you ever heard of the last name Dewberry in Virginia? Yes. Some Dewberries out here. Okay, so we're going to get into this Maryland stuff. Let me see if I can start sharing again, because there's a whole bunch of surnames that I saw. We're going to get back to the Mr. Woket page about their history, because those people are Nanticoke speakers. Oh, you back, Frank? Hey, Maryland in the house. All right, let's get to this. Give me 1 second to share. Okay. Hope y'all see it. Now, where did we left off? Now, this page that I showed y'all yesterday, we didn't really get into it, but it has a whole lot of resources. This page do call these the Nanticoke people the Moors, because that's what the Europeans called them. They called them the Delaware Moors, or the Moors of Delaware, even though they weren't European Moors. They're just dark-skinned people, and that was the misnomer for them. They did not call themselves that. Okay, they called themselves Nanticoke, or whatever tribes smaller tribes they were from. Okay, so we had gotten into the Puckham family. All right, and we're going to get into another family over here. Hold on 1 second. I was just looking at one. Oops. Let me go back and look at this other thing. It's showing you. Okay. So actually on freeafricanamericans.com, and we saw yesterday them saying that the free quote unquote blacks were the Indians, okay? They were the Nanticokes and all these other people that they were talking about. Alito, Yolanda, Johnny, Lou, you said you're trying to find the tribe your family actually came from. Yeah, the best way that you can do that is to trace your genealogy as far back as you possibly can, and then work from that location. You got to be getting into the early 1800s, late 1700s at least, to start that process, okay? There's some people out there who are, I don't want to talk bad about people, but there's some people who are doing people's genealogy and they're just really basically guessing, like I said, based on where somebody's grandma is from right now, and that's not how it works, okay? Because the people migrated. They didn't stay um, in one place, and even if they did stay in one state or area, those people moved around within that, okay? So you got to trace it back to the surnames, and then from the surnames to those areas. We already discussed. Halito, I see a lot of people getting on. We already had discussed the what else? I don't forgot what I was about to say. But we were talking about the different areas that the surnames. We were showing that the surnames, a lot of these surnames yesterday, like I was saying, Carter, which became Carter, the Carter family. And what was the other one that we just saw? There's a Cisco and these different names that people think come from these European slave masters and all this crazy stuff are really indigenous names from our languages, okay? And if you can see on here, let me zoom in. This is the 1726, 1727 census of the Choptank Indians, okay? I'm just continuing off yesterday because we didn't get to see this one. It says many of the Choptank Indians were named in the deeds, right? Where we talked about the deeds and the real official land patents, not that stuff that the Land Management Bureau has, but the real stuff that's actually in the courthouses. I said these deeds by which they sold their land in Dorchester County, Maryland, between 1726 and 1727. And these are the families, the people on these deeds. These people are the Indians, right? Which later they turned into the free blacks. And so your husband, grandma was a Carter. Yeah, the Carter family. I might have to do a whole video on them for people to understand, because there's people who are from that family who are out here claiming to be descendants of African slaves and all this, but they don't have any proof that those people are African. And I showed y'all before the proof that the Chicarter, that name comes from, is a Powhatan word, Chicarter. Okay, there's not many Carters. You're not going to find a whole bunch of them in Britain or UK or wherever, over in Europe, because that name comes from here. And whoever has it over there, they got it from over here. Okay. OCO. Hello. How y'all doing? Okay. So here's some of the names. We have Bana, Calbo, Permita, and we learned that the Permita is a title. That's a queen, like a queen title. Permita Sisk. Okay, and it has various variations of the name. Primerio Susk and Pimeto Susk and Pimenta Sisk, the same thing. Betty Carco, and we saw what Betty did when she sold all the people land for nothing. yesterday. Y'all gotta, if you missed yesterday's video, you need to watch it because we really went we went in on that one. That was like a 4 hour live, but we watched that Betty and them. They sold a lot of the tribal land for coats and silly stuff, you know. So Betty was one of the last queens of the chump tank. Okay, Dick is on here. Little John, not the one with the East Side Boys. Tatowin, Widow Tatowin, I guess that's his wife. Sixpence, Wozer, Six Pest, Weon Chum, Tom Bishop, Betty Bushup, and slash Betty Bush sucks. So you see where they have these variations of the names and spellings because certain family members changed the spelling or people couldn't spell, did these censuses. So Eurosnake, you said most of our grandparents come from Virginia and migrated to Georgia area. I discovered some documents and I was shook. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's why I'm telling people to keep digging, keep searching because there's people telling y'all that y'all Cherokee and y'all Creek and all this stuff from Georgia, and when you're really not. Okay. So we always got to be searching. And the thing about genealogy is sometimes it's a lot of guesswork to it. Okay. So certain things might not be solid information if it's not verified by several sources. Okay. Johnny, you said, is it true that they took names of the plantation owners like Charles Henry or Helen, Virginia? Or is that actually native names? Like I was saying, most of the time, if you look at the actual records, and I've looked at hundreds of records from probate and different slave schedules and stuff, all the enslaved people do not have the slave master's surname. Most of the ones who actually do have the slave master surnames are actually the children of the slave master, okay? But most of their slaves had their own names and identity. And they didn't get it from a previous plantation all of the time, okay? So there's a lot of people, you'll see that they'll keep their actual tribal name like Carter and Brown and things like that while they're enslaved. And that's why we still have our stories, our grandmas saying that they were Indian and all the stuff, but they were enslaved. And we know the Pan-Africans like to get on us about that, but the proof is when you look into Indian slavery and you look into these surnames. Yeah, it's very deep. It's very deep because they're burying a lot of our information, and I did a whole 4 hour live. If it wasn't true, I wouldn't have that much. I wouldn't have that much stuff to be going for 4 hours. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you said your surname is Williams, and we saw Williams on here for the Chomp Tank. Williams is also a prominent Cherokee surname, okay, or Kitawa or Anawaia, whatever you want to call that tribe, that nation. You said you're people from the Western Shore? Oh, Eastern Shore. Pender. Grandma said we were Nanticoke. All right, we're gonna look into this, Angelique. We're gonna I found a big list of surnames. Okay. Yeah, I figured it out. I figured you just put a W instead of E. It's all right. So this is very deep. I'm trying to see how I got the last name Weaver, and it goes back 6 generations. You said like Kennedy and Kennedy. Yeah, Kennedy is actually an Algonquian word, like Canada. Okay, Canada's an Algonquian word as well. That's what the Kennedy that comes from. Okay, there's also an Irish Kennedy as well, but people changed the spelling of the names to match with the Irish surname so they will have less issues and problems during commerce. Lito Suk. Oh, okay. You watched the last one? I know you're over in Egypt, so these late night ones are good for y'all in other places. You said, lastly, my surname on my dad's side is Anderson. I'm an Anderson too. There's two major Anderson families that were in Virginia. One's from Norfolk, which were enslaved. They were Indians, but they were enslaved. I forget what his name. I think his last name was actually Taylor, John Taylor, or something like that. But when he passed away, their slave master passed away. He freed them in his will, and he also gave them like 250 acres or something like that. So what they did was they traded those acres in Virginia for acres out there in North Carolina. So a lot of them ended up moving to North Carolina. And then the other Andersons that I'm descended from are from King William County. And we actually have the official real land patents and land deeds for a town called Manglehick out there. So I actually had those documents that I had to go to the county courthouse to get. Okay. Can't get those on the Bureau of Land Management, or you can't get that off the internet. There's people telling people they can get these things off the internet. You can't do that. You got to go to the actual courthouses. Okay. You said Weaver too? Okay, so we're going to see Weaver pop up because it's a long list I'm about to show y'all after this one. This is just the census records for the Chomp Tank. So I'm going to get through there. Yeah, 250 acres. That was a lot back then. It's still a lot now because most of these houses that we live in, like out in the suburbs, even in cities, it's like a half an acre. So you can see a nice house in the suburbs. They got a nice sized yard or whatever. It's only on a half an acre, so maybe imagine 250 acres. That's crazy. We said, do some natives have color surnames, blue, brown, white? Yeah, I was just saying brown was a prominent surname in indigenous communities. It's a play on the Bear Clan. Okay, a lot of the brown people are from the Bear Clan. So some of these surnames are from clans. You said you're a Weaver from the Chesapeake, Norfolk area. So a lot of the people from the Chesapeake area and Virginia, that whole Tidewater area, are connected with these people from the Maryland Eastern Shore as well. So you're going to see some of the same surnames. Yeah. So y'all, please share it out and share this video out for the people who is awake right now. Because I know some people be up and they're bored, or they might be at work working a night shift or whatever. Or they might be working a day shift in another country. So let's share this out while y'all can before we get too deep into it. You said Spry and Celis. Cephas surnames in your tree. And they live near a Chompetank River in the area called Cambridge today. Right, Angelique, if you watched yesterday, we showed that Cambridge was actually one of the surnames for the Chompetank people. Yeah. You said you're actually from Falls Church. Oh, that's not far from me. I was just telling people, John, I think you saw it, Johnny Lou. I was telling people that over there in Alexandria, by the Old Town, by the boardwalk, they got over there was like the largest domestic slave port in the country. So they enslaved a lot of the indigenous people, and they went through those ports there and sent them out to other places like New Orleans and Georgia and stuff, because African slaves were actually banned in Georgia. Okay, they try to act like Georgia has all these African slaves and descendants of Africans, but African slavery was banned like in 1790 or something way early in Georgia history. Okay, so most of the slaves that were in Georgia were domestic slaves. And I think I'm gonna redo the video, redo the lecture that I did at No Grandma Killers Atlanta about that, because I didn't really we had a lot of technical Culty, so that didn't come out right, but I'm gonna redo that for you. I'll probably put it in the Patreon since I got that up. You said my grandma on my dad's side before she died told my dad that we were Cherokees on that side. Wow, that's good. Okay, and also we have the No Grandma Killers coming to Texas for the Juneteenth weekend, June 18th, 19th, and 20th. So you can find those tickets. It's going to be on nograndmakillers.com, or you can search it on Eventbrite, and I'll be posting the links to that on my community page. And after I do this, I'll do that for y'all. But anyways, back to the surnames. So we have Robin Hood. Okay, I don't know why he chose that name. So you see Hood is one of the surnames. Isaac on here. Wisansnasuk. Paco Wasamuk. Isaac again. I guess that's a popular name. So it's probably, since it's so popular, it probably became a surname as well. Wicampo, or Wicampo. Tikwak. Tom Kahunk. Hai Wasuk. Asigi Korats. Nihatatakwis. Kirsik. Si Kowosk. Sakosiweta. Watsawasu. Agua Sukkanak. Wean Chomp. Dance. Kahunky. Samson Kushup. William Asquash. Sisnux. Wicks. Pen Cooksco. PepsiCo. Like a Pepsi Cola, right? Hayawulsus. Kikotak. And that was all the names on that one. This is from the Dorchester Land Records. Dorchester County Land Records, 1720 to 1732. Okay, this is at the Maryland Hall of Records. Microfilm CR 49 059-3, page 144 through 142, 153, 161, 162. Okay, so like I said, these things, you got to go to these places. You got to go to these repositories. Got to go to these repositories, these courthouses, these libraries and things. You can't find all this stuff on the internet. Hey, Savagely Rooted. Shug, you said, is there any indigenous relation to people bearing the last name Funk? Yes, there's certain tribes that do have that last name Funk. And I think that's associated with the Sapani and the Siouan people. Yeah. Yeah, it's late, Edwin. It's late for me. I'm trying out something different because a lot of people aren't catching the lives like when I usually do it. So I'm starting to do this at night and see how that goes, just for a little while, just for a couple nights. Okay, so here's another June 3rd, 1758, petition of the Nanticoke Indians of Dorchester County. Proceedings of the Council of Maryland, 1753 to 1761. The petition of the Nanticokes of, let me make this smaller so I can read it. So I can read. Still crazy. That's how this page is. Petition of the Nanticoke Indians of Dorchester County. Seeth that your petitioners and their ancestors till the late years have constantly been governed by emperors. But as we have no persons at present among our tribes invested with such powers of government, we beg that your excellency would be pleased to appoint Peter Monk to be emperor of the said Nanticoke Indians, and your petitioners as duty bound shall pray. So these are something in Nanticokes. Abraham Bishop, Thomas Joshua. And now you see years later they have anglicized their names more. Okay. So Abraham Bishop, Thomas Joshua, Annie Cahunk, Thomas Bishop, Mary Bishop, Amy Prince, John C. Williams, Naomi Prince, Ann Bishop, Mary Pincher, and I think that's it. So this is from the archives of Maryland. And I think somebody asked about Pincher yesterday. I can't remember. That. You said, when I was in Oregon and Washington State, I saw a lot of totems from the different tribes. How widespread is totem building, or is that just regional? Totem buildings, it's not it's probably regional in that northern area over there in the West Coast and the northern area across the whole country as well. A lot of the Algonquin people in Canada as well as the northern United States had totems. Okay, the word totem comes from dotem, which is an Algonquin word. And it's basically like the animal clans. Some tribes is for the fathers. They have the totem so you remember your father's clans, even though most cultures in those areas join their mother's clan because they know that they come from their mother's blood. They couldn't prove it back then that they are their father's child, so they would join their mother's clan, but they still acknowledge their father with the totems, the actual totem poles and stuff like that. Okay. So like if you traveled, like indigenous people, when they traveled or visited places, they would go directly to the clan that their mother came from. Say their mother was Bear Clan, and they go to another town down the river. They're just going to visit and deliver a message or something. They'll go to the Bear Clan house and get them a bite to eat and chill out for a little bit before they head back home. Stuff like that. Okay. So that was their extended family. And even if somebody was, like I say, an Iroquois person, if there wasn't a wartime and they were Bear Clan and the Iroquois and they came to a Algonquin village and there was a Bear Clan there, they would stay at the Bear Clan house, if they're staying there. Johnny Lou, you said you're talking about the Weaver family. They travel back and forth, Arkansas and Virginia. Yeah, see, that's what I'm telling people. A lot of these families originate in the Virginia area. Okay, so and you can find this at freeafricanamericans.com. Okay. We're going to get back into this because we talked about, we can skim through this. The racial classifications of mulatto for Indian families. And they're basically saying the same thing what we showed yesterday, that mulatto it meant originally an Indian person, and it later became someone who was half white and half quote unquote black. And we saw that the free blacks were the Indians. So these titles that they're trying to mix everyone up with is just to cause confusion. Okay. So it says right here, prior to 1850, federal censuses were performed primarily for tax and land ownership record purposes, and most Indians were either not recorded or included in the other free persons or free persons of color categories. Beginning in 1850, persons contracted to perform the federal census were encouraged to inquire as to a person's self-identification due to the fear of light-skinned Negroes, quote unquote, trying to pass themselves off as whites or Indians. Given that there are only 3 available categories, black, white, or mulatto, that person who appeared to be obviously mixed blood or any kind were listed as mulatto. and the person taxed could not be listed as Indian, who were inherently not taxed. It is surprising that there were few Indians recorded east of Mississippi from 1850 to 1900. And we saw yesterday that is because the Indian was listed as mulatto, because Indians are not taxed, right? So they had to make a loophole on how to tax the Indians. So they had to make them not Indians. They made them mulatto, and they made them Negro, and some of the mixed ones they made them white on the census to be able to tax them, right? So they're basically trying to screw folks over to get money. All right. Any Indian person, family, community not living on well-known reserve areas were more likely to be recorded as mulatto than either Indian or white. In fact, some Indian individuals who were living on land set aside for Indians were still the target of this racial arrow, recording individuals on a land reserved as mulatto, and otherwise suggesting that the inhabitants were mixed with Negro blood, quote unquote, was one of the most popular methods used to obscure the natural land rights, you hear, of an Eastern Indian people. That's exactly what they did with these labels and titles, Negro, and claiming Negro blood, knowing it's the same thing, you know what I'm saying? So they did these things, and Thomas Jefferson was one of the first to do a lot of this stuff. Basically trying to denationalize. He denationalized a lot of the tribes too in his day. And it's ironic that Sally Hemings is Indian, that he had all them Shango children with. Okay. And his house is built on a mound, which people don't know. So I was telling y'all yesterday that he has all these statues of these quote unquote Negro Indians inside his house, and they wouldn't let us record. We couldn't take pictures, and we couldn't. And I was like, wait a minute, this is not like the 80s. We don't have we don't have flash on our phones. We can just take a picture on our phone and go about our business. No, they didn't want us to do that. And I told y'all that what I saw in there, that one right by the door when you walk in, is a big old, look like a regular brother, like Warfare K or any other brother you might know. Right there in your face, and it says the Mississippian Indian. Okay. Lexi said, wow, I got to go back and look at my tree to get more information. I think my great grandma was from Texas or Mississippi, but I can't remember. Yeah, so you got to make sure that they're from that. I mean, their ancestors are from that area. Even if they lived there, they could have migrated. Okay, so let me go back to finish reading this. The list of tribal remnants who were at some point recorded as mulatto included the Mixed Creek Chirras of Alabama, Mixed Choctaw Chowans of Alabama, Lumbees of North Carolina, Nanticokes of Delaware, and others. And this is some type of interview right here. A perfect example of the confusion suffered by lawmakers attempting to place these mixed bloods into some neat category read this excerpt in 1871. North Carolina Joint Senate and House Committee as they interviewed Robeson County Judge Giles Leach about the free persons, quote unquote, living in this county. Yeah, I knew you meant to say, I said great for you. Lexi, I knew you meant to say that. Okay, it says Senate, half of the colored population. Leach said, yes, half of the colored population of Robeson County were never slaves at all. Senate, what are they? Are they Negroes? Leach, well, sir, I decided to tell you the truth as near as I can, but I really do not know what they are. I think they are a mixture of Spanish, Portuguese, and Indian. Senate, you think they are mixed Negroes and Indians? notice he keeps saying Negroes, right? He keeps bringing up Negroes because clearly they're Negroes, right? And they are Indians. But then he's trying to mix it up, saying mixed Negroes and Indians. Like, okay, Leach, whatever his name is. I do not think that in that case of population there is much Negro blood at all. Of that half of the colored population that I have attempted to describe, all have always been free. They are called mulattoes, quote unquote. That is the name that they're known by as a distinguished from a Negro, from Negroes. I think they are of Indian origin. Yeah, Rade, those were the statues was in his home in Charlottesville and Monticello. Yeah. Hey Diane, you back? Sure, you said I remember reading the book Kaweah by Morning Dove, and you can tell by the cover and the picture of the author that the indigenous were not Mongols. Right, exactly. Exactly. And a lot of these people who claim to be native today, especially on the East Coast, uh, you look at their ancestors, you ask them about their grandma, and then you know what their grandma looked like. She looked like a Negro. Okay. But they will claim to be part African before they will say that those people say that the tribe looked like that. Okay, they will claim to be part African, and then you ask them how did you get that part African in you, and they don't know. Okay, they don't know the tribe, they don't know anything, so they're just saying stuff based on looks, based on what they're taught in school, and you can't really be mad at that because that's what a lot of people think. Okay, let's see what Senate says. I understand you said that these 700 or 800 persons that you designate as mulatto are not Negroes, but are a mixture of Portuguese and Spanish, white and Indian blood. You think they're not generally Negroes? I do not think the Negro blood predominates. Senate. The word mulatto means a cross between a white and a Negro. Litch said, yes, sir. So you see what's going on here? Senate, you do not mean the word to be understood in the sense when applied to these people. Lich, I really do not know how to describe those people. But you just said, you see how they're mixing things up here. Mm-mm-mm. Johnny Lou, you said, my great great grandfather was from Louisiana, and I have family in Texas and Mississippi. That's so deep. I reached out to some family members on 23andMe app, and some of them are very older, like in the 60s. Yeah, but they should have some information, even if they're much older. Shogi said, and Morning Dove was a Okanagan of eastern Washington, and she was quite dark, with features often associated with quote-unquote black features. Right, yeah, that's how they looked over in that area, California and Oregon and Washington state area. They call them the diggers. That's what they call them, the diggers, because they was the other word. They were the N word, and they would use them to dig up in the mines and stuff over there, have them digging for gold and things. That's what they call those Indians over there. All right, so this is just going more into the classifications, and this kind of getting off topic. And I don't want to do another 4-hour live because it's already 2 in the morning on the East Coast where I am, Eastern Standard Time. So I'm gonna try to get into the other surnames. I can post this. I just post this on the free section of my Patreon later today. All right. All right. So this is from the Moors of Delaware website. The genealogical records of the descendants of a local Delaware isolate community. So, like I said earlier, when they say Moors, they're talking about melanated people. Okay, they're not talking about European Moors or African Moors or Moors from a Mexum and all these different things. And that's not to offend anyone. They're just that it's just a misnomer for these tribes of melanated Indians. They're in the uh, Delaware, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland area. Okay, I used to live in Delaware, so when I lived in Delaware, a lot of people, like when I went out places, they would ask me if I'm one of these Nanticokes or these Delaware Moors, and at the time I didn't know what that was, so I had to look it up. I had to look up what it was. So they were asking if I was one of these Nanticokes. All right, so here are a lot of the names. These are the principal. I'm gonna zoom in for y'all. These are the principal family names. So these are the main family names associated with the Nanticoke people. Okay, so when you see Delaware, it is a misnomer for the Nanticoke nation. Okay, Delaware is from Baron Delaware, or Ware, who was one of the governors of Virginia and Maryland, and this whole area used to be from Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, and I think all the way down to South Carolina used to be considered Virginia. So Lord Baron Delaware was the governor of all the area at one time. Okay, so that's where the name comes from. All right, here's some of the principal surnames. Argo, and let me see what's in these links. Okay, and they have actual names of these families. So if you're looking for genealogy, they have the names of it here. They have Elijah Argo, and he was born in 1794. And they even have his spouse, Leah Salmons, and as well as Ellen. So I guess he had two girls. They have Hester Argo, and they let you know that that's a female. They have her birthday, her death day, and her parents. So her parents are Elijah Argo and Leah Salmons. Okay. And then it has her spouse and partners. Okay. So she had her husbands over here. We have John Argo. We have Leah Argo, Mary Argo, and Prudence Argo. Okay. So they have all the information. You see that they intermarried with the Salmons family. Okay. You see that right there. All right. We go back out at Beckett's. The Beckett look like it has a lot of names on it. I'm not gonna read through all this stuff. I'll be here all day. Be here all day. So you see the Beckett's. The Beckett's family is one of the Nanticoke families, and they have a lot of information on them. They intermarried with the Durhams, the Salmons, the Argos, Carney, Lopeman, Reed family, Perkins, Holmes, Phelps, and I recognize some of these surnames from Virginia, so Morgan, those families that they intermarried with. Johnny, you said, Tasha, what's deep is that there's folks out here that actually have royalty in their blood and don't even know it, like the 12 tribes of Turtle Island. Yeah, there's a whole lot of them. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these people are related to these tribes, to this tribe specifically, and they don't know. All right, that's why I'm doing these videos. And they don't want me to do these videos. They don't want us to reconnect with the tribes, because to be honest, some of these people in the tribes are greedy. They seem to think that they're going to get something, some type of benefit, and they don't want to share. And a lot of us we don't want money. I don't want money. I don't want no tribal benefits. I just want to know who my people are, my family, to be honest. So, but I can't speak for everybody. All right, so Cambridge is another family. And the Cambridges, they intermarried with the Harmon, the Saka family, Miller family. Okay. Let me see who else there. And the Dean family. Okay, so you see a bunch of William Cambridges. On here you see Lydia. You see they're sharing these names. A bunch of Georges. They're just recycling the names, which a lot of families did. Okay. And you see William and Mary Dean. William Cambridge and Mary Dean had a lot of children on here. It hatches up. Yep. Okay, the Carney family has a whole lot of folks. Carneys, they married with the Loatman, the Showers, Oyster Hoots, Durham. Okay, you see that? Ridgeway, Thornton family. Pierce, LeCount, Ellen, Miller. Okay, and you see over here, they have Kearney, Carney, and Corney. So different spellings, and that's the same family. Okay, they married the Mitchells, they married the Coopers, Robinson. Oops, Bundy. I'm sorry, I have to scroll back up. Bundy family, Johnsons, Stevensons, Green, Watson, Greenidge, Prickett, Mosley, Morslander. That sounds like a TV show. Highlander, Morslander, Driggis, which is was a popular name in tribal name of Virginia. Bryce, Songo, and Songo is the same family as Songs, like Trey Songs. McPherson, Afilani, Salmons, Miller again, Pennywell, Robbins, Beckins, Mosley, Cott, Courtney, O'Neill, Arndt, I think that's how you pronounce that one. Carter, again, Hughes, Muntz, Beckett again, and Durham. You say you believe they might have migrated. A lot of the Andersons and Pelham, Georgia, some of the family who are Andersons. Okay. And yeah, a lot of the Andersons come from Virginia. Yep. You said, hey, Tasha, you ever come across the Gasaway surname? No, I haven't. I haven't. Um, what state is that? What state is the Gasaway in? I don't think I've ever seen that one. Let's see. All right, so you have Carter. Let's go into that one, see who they married with. The same usual suspects, the Durhams, the Calbs, is a new one. Coleman, Muntz, Mosley, Hughes, Carney, Hansley, Ridgeway, Webster, Morgan, Cross. All right. LeCount, Beckett, and Morgan are the people who they married with. And you see their variations as Carty, like Cardi B. Okay. And let me see if there's any other variations. No, just Carter and Cardi, and that's the same family. So if you're a Cardi, and sometimes they add the Mick to it. Like I said, to anglize and try to make the family seem Irish or something. So Cardi, Mick Cardi, Carter are the same people. And Carney as well is on this list too. Clark family on here. Let's see what we got. All right. And they don't really have Durhams who they married with. Okay, they married their cousins, other Clarks on here too, which was just pretty common back then. Durham, Robbins, Driggis, Betch, Morris, Miller, Morgan, Salmons, Harmon, Streets, Mooch, Munson, Sockham, Dream. So those are the families they married with. They don't really have a variation to Clark. Maybe they'll add an E at the end. That's about it. He said Texas, Louisiana. Okay, I'll keep that in mind when I'm looking. And if of course, I'll just say it on my video if I find it. Let you know. You said you heard of Clarks in Texas, but that's it. You see the Clarks over here in Eastern Shore area too, like Coker. So the Cokers, they don't really have a variation on it. It's just Coker, and they married the Durhams, Sockham, Morgans, and the Deans. Okay, so they have quite a few people on this list, and these are official Nanticoke family people. Okay, and I'm gonna post these things. Post this stuff up for you. But you can see on here what it says. You see the website. But I'll post it on Patreon as well. Did I say cross? No, I didn't say cross. How much of a part would you say assimilation played in the changing of surnames and adding letters or taking it away? Probably 50-50 deal. Most of the time, the changing of the spelling is because maybe a person was illiterate and the census worker would spell it for them, but it might not be the official way that you're supposed to spell your surname. Okay, so you said under Clark. That's Coker. That's what we're about to do. We're about to do. Oh no, we just did Coker. Yeah, Coker was under Clark. All right, so this is the Carmine family, or Carmine family. So the variation is Carmine and Carmine. You see the spelling is very unique. So if you're from this family, you definitely know your Nanticoke. And they married in with the Morris family and the Davis family. So you'd be most definitely Nanticoke. Never seen that name anywhere else. Cork. They married into the Hughes, Greenwich, Moonts, Dean, and Counselor. By illiterate, do you mean the invaders' language and not their own name? Yes, that's what I mean. They didn't speak English or Spanish or they didn't know how to write it. That's what I mean with illiterate. And people usually like sign their name with an X. Those are the illiterate people by that standard. And most people were illiterate, so it's not like a race thing. Most of the people were not literate back then until like the 30s, 40s, when we actually had official school systems. Okay, this is the Cott family. No real variations. It's Cott. They married the Durhams, the Carney, Sanders, Dean, Millers, and the Ridgway family. Those are the families they intermarried with. Can I go back to Clark? Yeah, give me 1 second. Right here. Is there someone specifically you're looking for? Yeah, literature and English. Yes, you're right, Brian. Oh, no problem. Yeah, I'll post a link into the free section of my Patreon and probably tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, if you can't find it yourself. So these are all the Clarks. A lot of women on the Clarks. Let's see a female mark on here. All right. So we did Cott's counselor, which you see counselor were in a lot of the deeds and the title records yesterday that we saw they had up there. So the counselor's married with a Durham. You see Durham everywhere. I don't know how many husbands Elizabeth done had. Elizabeth been almost on every list. One of them, Elizabeth, it was either her or her grandchildren. They've been getting around. They married the Loatmans, the Cisco, Muntz families, Salmons, Dean, Perkins, Johnson, Gibboo, Cork, Ensign, Driggett, Gates, Songo, Palmer, Ross, Linderman, Seeney, Jones, Miller, and Way family. Durham is the name of a town on the Eastern Shore too. Right, they probably had a whole bunch of Durham people live there. And you know they have Raleigh, Durham, and North Carolina. Let's see, Corsi doesn't really have any variations to it. Let me see right here. They have a Perkins on here. You have Mary Corsi. Then they have Mary Perkins, which probably was a Corsi to Mary. I don't know if she's the same person. No, she's not the same person. She's another Mary that married Perkins, probably. Yep. And somebody married a Johnson on here. So that's all they really have. You about to pull up your tree? Okay. Let's see. So here's another family. And you see a whole bunch of, it's a lot for me to go through. I don't want to be on here for 4 hours. So I'm just going to name the rest of them, okay? So we have the Davis surnames. These are the Nanticoke people. Dean, Drain, Driggis, Durham, Farmer, Green, Greenidge, Hanser, Harmon, Hughes, Jackson, Jameson, Johnson, Keys, LeCount, Loatman, Miller, Morgan, Morris, Mosley, Muntz, Norwood, Palmer, Parisian, Perkins, Pickering, Ridgway, Salmons, Sanders, Seeney, Cisco, Sockham, Songo/Songs, Street, Wilson, and Wright, and then a bunch of miscellaneous. Let's click the miscellaneous. We got a little bit of time. So miscellaneous is mostly females that married other people in the tribes. Okay, so these miscellaneous women, they married Durham, Ezekiel Durham. So if you find these guys like a Jonathan Munzer, and you'll be able to find his wife, and what's it, Agnes May. So if you're doing your genealogy, and you're like, oh, what was Jonathan's wife's name? You can find it through this one. Okay. The site is moors-delaware.com. Yeah. Okay. Now let's go back out here. Oops, Ooh, it's more. It's more. It's more. Hold on. Okay, so these are some of the related families over here. I'll try to go through this quick because these are the families that intermarried with the other families, and I mentioned some of them already. So we have the Ackerman, Adams, Afilani, Ahern, Aldridge, Allen, Elliott, Alvaro, Anderson, Ansted, Apo, Arena, Arend, Armstrong, Arson, Avery, Ailes, Bailey, Baker, Ball. Oh, no problem. Bannister, Barnett, Barham, Barrett, and Barrett, Barron, Bascomi, Bain, Betch, Bedell, what is that? Brehand, Bennett, Berkeshasher. You can see that's a dang on German name. Barry, Betson, Jula, Bear, Bixby, like Tyrone Bixby. um, Blackburn, Blackison, Blair, Blakemore, Bluxom, Blunt, Bogue, Bodkins, Bolivar, Bond, Booth, Bornley, Fordless, Bowden. This is a lot, y'all. This is a lot. Bowers, Bowley, Bowles, Bower, Boyington, Brand, Breach, Britton Dock. What is it? No, Britton Bach. Bryant, Becker, Bridge, Brigg, Bristol, Brittenham. Oh, thank you, Shug. Yeah, it's so much. I was telling y'all, so much out here. So much information out here. Brock, Brog, Broquar, Brooks, Brown, Bryce, Buckley, Bunda, Bundy, Bird, Burrell, Burt, Butler, Bayard, Bayers, Caggle, Caldwell, Campbell, Carhart, Carroll, I'm sorry, not Carhart, Carton, Casey, Calder, Chambers, Chapman, Carkle, Boxy, Boix, Carkle Boix, Chase, Cheatham, Chashman, Chikaleski, Childress, Coultertown, Clegg, Cobb, Cole, Coleman, Coyer, Combs, Comer, let's see, what's there? I'll just leave off. Conley, Conver, Cook, Cooker, Coombs, Cooper, Cornwell, Courtney, Cove. Let me go back to the top. This is a lot. I'm gonna be here all day, y'all. Coward, Cox, Coyle, Craver, Crooks, Cross, Crosor, Cruz, Catch. I think that's how you say that. Cuff, Curly, Curlis, Curtis, Costello, Custis, DeMouth, Damonhauer, Davis, Dawson, Day, Drever, DeHay, Dietz, Del Corio, Denison, Dennis, DeRose, Dury, Dick, Dickerson, Dietrich, Dill, Demichino, Dole, Dorsey, Downs, Durnan, sorry, Dumbleton, Durham, or Dunham, I'm sorry. Eby, Eden, Evans, Edwards, Albert, Ellis, Embury, Emily, Imson, and Simmons, I'm sorry. Ensign, Evelyn, Everling, Ewing, Fales, Fargo, Faulkner, Ferguson, Fetters, Finley, Fisher, Fitzsimons, Fletcher, Flowers, Foley, Fole, Forbes, Forsome, Fawcett, Foster, Franklin, France, Freeman, French, Frost, Fry, Bunch, Fuller, Fussell, Gallagher, Gallegos, Galloway, Garrett, Garrison, Gates, Gavin, George, Gibbons, Gibbs, Gibu, Gibson, Giffen, Gilbert, Gilliam, Gillio, Glenn, Godfrey, Goddown, or Go Down, Gobel, Goodale, Gordon, Gould, Gowans, Graff, Gray, Greenfield, Griffin, Grosco, Grover, Gilden, Gilliam, Gutbroth, Haggins, Hagendorn, Haynes, Hale, Hall. You said you're Frank. Your grandmother's from Brookhaven, Mississippi. She was the Times. You said Coopers. Yeah, Coopers was on the list of people who were married in. You said Cross. Is Cross on here? I didn't see Cross. Let me go to the top. Yes, Cross is on here. I don't see Croft though. Cross is on here. This is the Nanticoke tribe in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania, around those areas. Nanticoke. Okay. Hollock, Hamil, Hammond, Hamrock, Harding, Hargrove, Harrington, Harrison, Haskin, Hauser, Hawkins, Hurd, Helgerson, Hemsley, Henderson, Henry, Hintel, Heyman, Haywood, Hyatt, Hickman, Hinder, Higby, Highgate, Hobart, Hoffman, Hogans, Holland, Holiday, Holmes, Holston, Hooker, Hooper, Hobson, Horn, spelled two different ways, Horton, Howard, Hubbard, Hudson, Hubert, Hull, Huntsinger, Hutchinson, spelled two different ways, Hyatt, Ennis, Irving, Jacqueline, Jenkins, Jennifer, Johnston, with a T, Jones, Kabinski, Kalb, Kelly, Kellum, Kelly spelled a different way, Kelson, Kennedy, Kephart. We were just talking about Kennedy too. Kern, Kimmy, King, Kirk, Kittredge, Kulik, Kolopsky, Knox, Krempel, Krosch, Cars, and you see a whole bunch of Germans have married in with them on here, or they've taken German names. LaBelle. Uh-oh, Patty LaBelle. Lagness, Lake, Lampert, Lane, Lanning, Lance, or Lance, Law, Lawrence, Lawson, LeBar, Ledbetter, Leach, LeMan, Leitenberger, Llewellyn, Lightcap, Lincoln, Lederman, Lindsay, Lipchak, Llewellyn, Lockman, Logan, Lombardo, Long, Lewsbury, Loveman, Lovett, Lucas, Lawham, Leiden, McCurry, McCracken, McGraw, McKenzie, Mackey, McKinney, McKishsick, McMurdy, Naria, sorry. Who's that Horton and from what land? This is the Nanticoke surname. These are surnames associated with the Nanticoke tribe. The tribe is in Maryland and Delaware and Pennsylvania and those areas like that. You said Horton? Did I? Hold on. Let's go back up to Horton. Right here. It says Florida Aiden Horton. She was born on February 1st, 1877 and died January 13, 1816. She was married to William Thomas Driggett. Okay, let's click on her. I got a couple things from her. She was in Cadillac, Michigan. Wexford County, Michigan. Okay, so she's from Michigan. That's weird. Okay, y'all see it? Halito Renzo. All right, let's get back to the list. McNeil, McPherson, Madalena, Magawan, what's that? McGuire, Malkowski, Malone, Mainfitch, Mann, Martin, Marvin, Masher, Matheny, Maynard, Maine, Mercado, Metcalf, Metz, or whatever, whichever way, Metzler, Mitchell, Mittenton, Meinhardt, Minton, Mitchell, Moat, Mogeson, Morad, Montgomery, Moon, Moore, Morslander, Moulton, Mott, Mount, Muasau, Murda, I guess, Myers, Neat, Niffert, Nettleship, Newcomb, Newman, Newton, Nicholson, Nixon, Norfolk, Norrick, Norris, Northrop, Nutter, O'Brien, O'Hara, O'Neill, Ogden, Okonski, Oliver, Oli, Omens, Oni, Opdyke, Halito AJ, Orlando, Army, Oldshut, Owens, Pete, Pirelli, Parker, Parrish, Pearson, Patterson, Hatton, Payne, Pennywell, Pennywell, Pennock, Pensies, Petersons, Petty, Phelps, Phillips, Pierce, Pearson, Pike, Pinto, Paksuye, Poland, Polio, Colette, Porter, Pounder, Powell, Presley, Hewitt, Price, Pitchett, Probst, Prochnow, Proctor. And Proctor is one of the names we're going to be mentioning about the Piscataway. And remember I told you about those breeding farms and stuff. We're going to get into that whole video with that. Angelique, you said you were referencing something she said a while ago. Okay. Poonia, Quackenbush, Quaid, Rakestraw, Ramsey, Randolph, Rebello, Rector, Reddick, Reed, Reese, Reeves, Renton, Reynolds, Rice, Ricks, Robbins, Roberts, Robinson, Rogers, Rowe, Ross, Russell, Rothermel, Roten, Rouseyfer, Rupp, Russell, Ryan, Sadler, St. Cyr, St. George, Samuels, Kevin Samuels, Sanders. What is this? Excuse me. Scafel. I think it's on here twice. Scoum. These are like German names. Scroopnell, Scroop Ram, Screweder, Schultz, Scott, Sharp, Shaw, Sherman, Showers, Sizemore, Smith, some Mullen, some Nuffin, so Leno, Solomon, Spalding, Spots, Sprong, Standardford, Stevenson, Stuart, Stevenson again, different spelling. How you say that? Stitz, Schrodard, Stokes, Stone, Stratton, Stromp, Summers, Sweet, Taranto, Tart, Taylor, T. Schultz, Terry, Tiberg, Thomas, Thompson, Thorne, spelled 2 different ways, Thornton, Tytler, Tillapow, Tobias, Tobin, Tomlinson, Toogood, Townsend, Trent, Trot, Tucker, Tamilio, Tugart, Underhill, Valtino, Undercut, Van Doren, Voshell, Wagon Nicket, I don't know how you say that, Balders, Wagnet, Walford, Walsh, Walters, Wapker, Waples, Ward, Warwick, Watson, Way, Webb, Webster, Wilkie, Wells, Winsley, Wesley, Wagan, Westcott, Wheeler, Worlow, Whitecraft, Whitehead, Woodford, Whitehusky, Highland, Wilfog, Williams. Somebody asked about Williams. Wilson New Squat. That's hard to pronounce. Wood, Wool-Ever, Wyatt, White, Young, Westman, and Zimmerman. Okay, yeah, there's no Weaver on here. Peace, Hermosa. Yeah, I don't see Weaver on here. Briar said, hey, Tasha, my grandma's surname is Chapman. Can you show me the results for that surname? Sure, yeah, that was up right here. Chapman. Bertice Amelia Chapman. Female, birth March 10th, 1888. May 1st, 1948 is when she passed away. And she married Frank LeCount Miller. I don't know if that's your grandma or not. It could be somebody else in the family. Okay, so that was a lot of surnames. That was a lot. It was a lot. Oh my goodness. I know we ain't been on here for... We've been on here 2 hours again. A long time. Okay, so let me get into some more of the other stuff. We did this. Okay. What was the other stuff that I was going to get into? Oh man, I just had it. It was this Nanticoke history book. Okay, yes, Nanticoke was in New Jersey as well. Now this is 62 pages. I'm not going to get into all of this at all. Okay. So you see that the Nanticoke and the Lenape people intermarried as well. This is a book about them. It says Lenape and the Delaware Indians and the Nanticoke are two distinct tribes. All right, but they both were called Delaware for some reason. The Lenape and the Nanticoke. Oh, I'm just sipping on water tonight. This was a little bland compared to yesterday. I'm not laughing as much. Did I say Shaw? Let me see now. Get on it. Where's Shaw? Let me just search it. Shaw, yes, ma'am. Odessa says right here. Let's see the Shaw. You got Betty Shaw, Bonnie F. Shaw, George R. Shaw, James Alexander Shaw, Leonard Ray Shaw. Okay. Now, some of these people are alive today. And then there's other people who are deceased. James and Leonard are not with us. So, yeah, I've seen Dave before, Ron. Obviously, Ron, I've seen Dave before. AJ, you said every time you do the surname thing, I find every time last one of my family's names. However, all of their birth certificates say things such as colored, mulatto, black, Negro. Right, that's what they're going to say. Just like I showed y'all earlier, because Indians are not taxed. So they got to change the identity to be able to get money from people. You said, can I show Young? Sure. Let me find Young on here. Just search it. Young. They have Elizabeth Young, Emma Margaret Young. And they were one of them's married to Elijah Durham. Other one's married to George Durham Johnson. So they got some of that Durham blood in the family. Both of them. Yeah. You said Mexican? I don't know but a Mexican. He said, I saw these surnames on the Mississippi Black Choctaw list, but it did say you will find these names at other tribes. Right. Yeah, and some of these people could be Nanticoke that's on that Choctaw tribe. They just moved down there and they married the Choctaw. Right. So anybody else needed to look at any of these surnames on here before we move on? Just let me know. I'll go back to it. So this is the page, one of the official page. Now, y'all don't talk about how the people look. We're not talking about that today. Y'all always talking about everybody's look. Oh, you said look up Bond. Let me look up Bond for you. We'll get into that. Where is Bond? Let's see. 21 on this one. Edward Bond, born 1855, died July 3rd, 1881. He's married to Anna M. Jones. You said Mashburn. Yeah, no Weavers was on the list. Johnny. Mashburn, I don't think that was on there. Yeah, Zero Found. Ben Franklin. Yep, Franklin right here. Woo. Carl Neves Franklin Sr. was born November 30th, 1922. He died March 30th, 1990. Okay. So I don't know who they connect to. And he was married to Milana Munson. I'm not sure who they connect to back in the day, though. No, there's no Spira. I don't think there's Pender. I'll check the Pender, but I definitely know no Spira. Pender. Nope, no Pender on here. Dickerson, I don't think so either. Dickerson. Oh, yes. Yes, it's Dickerson. Eleanor Dickerson. Lydia Annice Dickerson. And Eleanor was married to Homer Broad Greenwich. Ooh, let me get some water. And Lydia was born August 1872. She died January 6, 1931. And she was married to George Durham Johnson Jr. Okay. Let's get into the Nanticoke. Excuse me. I'm going to get off soon. I'm getting tired. I'm going to have to continue tomorrow because it's a lot. So when did the Europeans discover the Nanticoke Nation? They said the first contact was John Smith in 1808. While exploring the Chesapeake Bay, he sailed into the Cuscarawoc River. The Cuscarawoc are later known as the Nanticoke Indians. Cautiously watched Smith's ship from the shore, climbing into trees for a better look. When Smith approached, the Nanticoke answered with arrows. Smith prudently put down the anchor for the night in the middle of the river because they weren't letting his butt on that shore. Nope. That's how it should have been, on contact. That's how they shoot in Philly anyway, shoot on contact. The next morning, the Nanticoke appeared on the shore with baskets of food. Still cautious, Captain Smith and his men fired muskets over the heads of the Nanticoke. The Indians escaped. Well, of course. You think you can shoot arrows and then you're going to come back with food? Like they ain't going to shoot back? That's just odd. Not until then did the English see warriors lying in the reeds for ambush. Later that afternoon, Smith noticed the Indians were gone, and he and his men came to shore. He found fires still burning, but no Indians were seen. Smith discovered glass beads, shells, and copper pieces left as friendship gifts, basically. The following day, 4 Indians who had been fishing approached Smith's ship in a canoe, and Smith convinced them that he came in friendship, and they returned with 20 villagers. Food, water, and furs were exchanged for the gifts the English brought. What in the world? Several Nanticoke agreed to serve as guides for Smith to continue his exploration of the Cuscarawoc, known today as the Nanticoke River. Smith described the Nanticoke as the best merchants of all. So they were trapping and trapping. Which book? Oh, no, this is on the official Nanticoke website, nanticokeindians.org. All right. What does the name Nanticoke mean? In the Algonquian, the common Indian language of the northeastern tribes, the word Nanticoke is translated from the word Nanticoke, meaning the tidewater people or the people of the tidewaters. Okay. How large was the tribe? Smith recorded that nearly 200 warriors lived with their families on the Nanticoke River, making the tribe more significant in population than many other tribes on the eastern shore at the time. However, the Nanticoke was aligned with the Powhatan Confederacy in what is now Virginia. Such alliances allowed smaller bands of Indians to have protection from their enemy. So right there, that answers some of y'all question as to why some of the surnames in the Nanticoke are the same as like the Pamunkey and the Mattaponi and Nansemond, other tribes in the Powhatan, because they were Powhatan people basically, and that's why the language is almost identical. All right, their language is almost identical to the Powhatan language. How did the Nanticoke live before European contact? It's just the regular blah blah blah, fishing and trapping and whapping, all that stuff. You said I also have Pence and what? Pence, Lucas, Locust, Arden, Horton. I think Horton was on there. I'm not sure about the rest of them. Horton was on there. Let me check that one for you. Okay. Horton. I'm sorry, I said Horton. Oof. Oh yeah, we just did this one. Flora Ada Horton. She was married to William Thomas Driggets. So most of the tribes in general live near rivers and streams. The ones that were doing good, you know. Now the other people in the plains area, they didn't really live near. That's why they lived in portable houses and teepees, because there was water supplies that you have to live near water to have a stable society, right? And our people knew that for sure. So they would have villages and stuff near the water, and that would help with crops. And of course, you can actually bathe. Europeans didn't really bathe like that at the time, but we would bathe every morning, and sometimes morning and night. And they had some water to wash their hands and things in between, because we did wash our hands before we ate. And I don't forget what else I was going to say. Oh, the streams and the rivers also were the highways. That's how you got to places. Everybody didn't walk everywhere or take dog sleds everywhere. Some people got on the canoes, especially if they're delivering messages and things like that. We had messengers. Like we got AOL, and we have a Facebook Messenger in modern times, or text messages. They had people like teenage boys and young men who would run from town to town spreading messages. Say if you had a message for your grandma in another town, you hire the messenger, a boy, and he would go deliver your message and then bring back grandma message to you, the reply. So that's the old school message. One of those 60 seconds and all that stuff. So yeah, you had to get somebody to actually run or take the boat to go deliver the message. Okay, we're just going to go over a little basic stuff about the Nanticoke. Here they had wigwams. This is an example of their house here. A tree bark. That's pretty nice. A little tree bark on there. I wonder how they strip that bark off like that. What do they wear? Furs, animal skins, jewelry, shells, quills. They got tattoos. They're tatted up. They painted their skin with berries. And later, after European contact, the eastern tribes traded furs for cooler cotton fabrics called trade cloths. And they decorated them with ribbon strips of fabric and making ribbon shirts, dresses. Moccasins were made out of deer skin, served as traditional native footwear, and they were soft and comfortable. Yes, sir. Okay, boom. So all of my people were farmers even before 1860, and they weren't labeled as slaves, so to speak. What do you make of that as far as so-called history goes? So if they were all farmer even before 1860, that means they were the free people of color, or the free blacks. And we saw yesterday, AJ, that these documents said the free blacks were the Indians. Okay. So if you were trying to find more information, look on the tax records for them. Since they were farmers, they paid taxes in some way, even if they were renting the farm and not owning it, they would still be liable for taxes. So you should find the information in tax records and look in the free Negro registers, because all the free Negroes, free coloreds, had to register in their county so that people know where they were and they could basically track them. Okay. And this is just more stuff about the Nanticoke and blah, blah, blah. And it says, and this was talking about what we talked about yesterday with the treaty signed by Chief Unakaka Simmons. Sorry. All right. Let's see what else. Oh, we already looked at this one yesterday. I had something that had more of the surnames on it. Trying to see. All right, so this one is about one of the families, Elias Bookram. And I don't even remember seeing that name on the list, but this site is very credible. They do a lot of extensive research on indigenous people over here in the Woodlands area. All right, I'm not going to hold y'all too much longer. We'll just come back another day, but we're going to go through this one. So the Bookram family of Granville, North Carolina, and they come from Elias. So y'all see the connection right here. We're talking about Virginia, North Carolina, Maryland, all the way up to New Jersey. There's the connection with the families. Okay, so they descend directly from a man named Elias Bookram that was born in 1790. Through his descendants, intermarried with most of Granville's Native American families. Elias Bookram was somewhat a latecomer to the community. The reason is that Elias was not a local man and instead was from Maryland. Even more fascinating, Bookram, quote unquote, is a corrupted and angelicized name, like we just were talking about, derived from the Algonquian language. Elias's very own surname was a testament to his indigenous tribal identity. So right there, you see Bookram, but it's not no slave name. It's not a European name. It's an angelicized Algonquian name. Originally known as Elias Puckham. Okay, so this is the Puckham connection. He came from so all those people who are Bookrams are really Puckhams. He came from the well-known and documented Puckham family of the Nanticoke tribe. In this blog, I will discuss the Puckham's family Nanticoke lineage as well as trace the descendants of Elias Bookram. Okay, so here's a map of the area. And you see how all these states, you see this is Virginia over here where this is Potomac. And you cross over the Potomac to the Chesapeake Bay, and that's Maryland. And you go in that same landmass, it's Delaware. And then you go up, and that's Pennsylvania, and then New Jersey. So all this stuff is right together. AJ, you said, right, like I have records showing that my family was working for themselves and their children as adults did farm work, but on the same farm, and they rented their homes. Does that mean that they were free people of color, but not so-called full-blood Indians? They're definitely free people of color. If you found them on farms working before 1860, before 1865, really, you found that information. So yes, I don't know about full blood, but they most likely they are of Indian descent. Okay, I can't say full blood because we didn't believe in a full blood thing anyways. Your mama Indian, you're Indian, right? Even your daddy Indian, you're Indian. If you have one drop of Indian blood, like back in the day, you're considered an Indian. That's where the one drop rule comes from. Okay. All right, so the Nanticoke tribe are Algonquin-speaking people, originally from the upper eastern shore, which is Maryland, Delaware. The earliest colonial records for the Nanticoke are found in Maryland, in Somerset, Dorchester, Wicomico counties. As coastal people, they had early contact with the European colonists and as a result were affected immensely by European colonization. An initial reservation was set up for the Nanticoke people on the Nanticoke River in Somerset, Maryland in 1698. Okay. And this is basically talking about their deal. They issued a proclamation recognizing two Nanticoke towns of Chicone on the western bank and Puckamy, and that's probably where the Puckman comes from. Notwithstanding this proclamation, an English trader named Thomas Taylor was allowed to buy a patent to land within the boundary of the Chicone Indian town named Hansel. In 1698, a formal Nanticoke reservation was created by the Maryland Assembly, and the boundaries of Chicone were surveyed. And we read those actual official deeds and land patents yesterday. We read the legislature or the literature for that yesterday. You said the Iroquois Confederacy said your nationality was determined through your mother. Right. The Algonquins as well. No, the Powhatan was not a part of the Iroquois. The Powhatan were Algonquins. They were Algonquin speakers. So it's two totally different groups of people. They're actually enemies at most of the time of history. So until recently. So what is considered a full-blood Indian if all the Virginia Indians look just like, if not similar to you? I'm confused as to what you're saying. What is considered a full-blood Indian if all the Indians look just like, if not similar to you? I wouldn't consider myself a full-blood because I know I have European ancestry. That's a good question because the people look different. So they're documented by John Smith and others as being from tawny skin, which is like a light-skinned person, tawny, to a very dark brown, almost black in complexion. Okay. Chief Powhatan Wahansanaka was described as being black in color. Okay, so he was a dark-skinned man. Pocahontas was dark-skinned as well. His brother was dark-skinned, Opechancanough, but Opechancanoug's granddaughter was light-skinned, and his son was light-skinned. So they, you go by descriptions and actual pictures of drawings of the people. Okay. Yes, the Nottoway are Iroquois speakers. So the Nottoway, they intermarried with Cherokee and other Huron and those same Iroquois speakers who were in that area. I'm also of Nottoway, Cherokee descent. Okay. Oh, so they're talking about the one drop rule here on the source as well. And it said due to the encroachment, which we read yesterday, they lost some of their land. And the Nanticoke said that that area was their seasonal summer residence, which they made their year-round home because of the hostility of the Maryland colonists. And that's another thing. Our people created the whole summer home thing, okay? The woodland peoples were the ones that had these summer homes. So they would have a home in the summer, um, in a more calmer area by the water, by the beach, stuff like that. And Europeans saw that concept, and of course they stole that. Like everything was stolen. You said you're reading a book called Black Indians by William Loren Katz, and he tries and pushes so far of what I've read thus far of African descent. Yeah, but William Loren Katz he's a German. He's of German descent. So he is just basically guessing a lot of things. He's not from these bloodlines that a lot of us are. So he's guessing, and he's trying to do it more academically, the way that they want people to view it. So you're not going to get 100% honest answers. And that does not mean not to read it, but you eat the meat and you spit out the bones with a lot of this stuff. Because they're trying to push a certain narrative. And I already showed y'all, you watched the video from yesterday, I showed you that they're trying to push this narrative, saying that the Indians are all mixed with Negroes, even though they'll say that the Negro is significantly Indian. Okay. Meaning most of the Negro's blood is Indian, allegedly, with these stupid terms. But they're trying to push the agenda that the Indians are dead. So they changed us to mulatto, they changed us to Negroes, and even to white, to say that we don't exist anymore. So that's why they try to throw in these saying that the people are mixed. They're mixed with white, they're mixed with African, all type of space aliens and things. We're mixed with, to say that we aren't who we are, so we don't have claim to the land, because when we don't exist anymore, they can say, oh, they left, they're not here anymore, the land is abandoned, it's legally ours, because they know they're illegally occupying, and they won't live up to the treaties that a lot of these tribes are smart enough to sign with them, showing that they own the official land deed and patents. Okay, the tribes own these things. So even within natural law, they own it because they were there first, as well as through even the European legal system. So we own it because we have went through the process of getting these original land deeds and patents, as well as signing the treaties. Okay. Yes, I am Mattapanai. Yes, I'm related to Mattapanai. Yes, we always varied in features and complexions, exactly, hair types, everything. And it's described. So even in their own words, they describe seeing that. So, okay, so this is just a map of the areas. You see Chomtake River, Nanticoke River, Pocomoke Swamp, Indian River. So you see all these areas. Right, yes, various complexions and looks without mixing. And that's why I gave example of my ancestors, because you had Wahansanaka, who was dark skinned. His brother, Opichan Kano, was dark skinned. I think Opichapan was light skinned, though, or brown skinned. Opichan Kano's son, Nico Wance, was light skinned. And then his daughter, Coco Eski, was light skinned. So, and they also documented the people as having different eye colors as well, because we like to say that people with hazel eyes or green eyes, that's from Europe, but they were documented here when the Europeans arrived, especially hazel eyes in Virginia and North Carolina and Maryland. The Indians were documented as having that eye color without mixing, exactly. Yeah, you said Chapter 3, U.S. Citizenship Immigrant Services. Tells you who gestational mother is recognized by the relevant jurisdiction as the child's legal parent, right? Yep, you are who your mama is. Okay, so this is the Nanticoke, talking about the same thing we talked about yesterday. Nanticoke, some of them left to join the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. So that's the Six Nations. And they are very close to the Lenape tribe, and they intermarried with them. Okay, so here's some pictures from Frank Speck's research and William Babcock's research. Frank Speck is very popular amongst the tribes because he was one of the people who helped document them and authenticize them, so a lot of them could get tribal recognition through the state as well as through the federal, what do you call it? Federal recognized. Oh, peaceful rap. Yeah, so that's what they did. They used this information from Frank Speck, and he was like obsessed with the tribes. So he made a bunch of these books. You see, this book is 85 pages, and he's just talking about the Nanticoke community and documenting them, so they have this information available. And see how they look right here, and they style themselves Nanticokes, and it's talking about people called them Moors, Indians, blah blah blah, right? But that's not, they're Nanticoke. They didn't call themselves these names. Right here. Now he's putting his own speculation up in here, talking about some more sailors and all this stuff. The tribes don't have these stories, okay? All right. These are some of the ones in the 1930s after, a little mixing. Like you saw the German names on the tribal list. Okay. Peace, George. You said, thank God I'm live. Why? Why? Yeah, I'm trying to hurry up and get off here. It's 3 for me. No, you like an hour behind. Okay, this is American anthropologists. And, they like to make all these books about everybody and document all this stuff. I mean, which eventually came back to help some of these tribes, right? Woo, woo, woo. All right, let me skip through this. All right, so let's get into the John Puckham and his genealogy. Let's see who his people became. All right, what? Okay, so this is the one that married Joan Johnson. We talked about them yesterday, and they the document says that he was Nanticoke or Chompatank, right? And it said the surname derived from the former Nanticoke village called Puckamee, what we just saw, which is located in Somerset County, Maryland. Given that John Puckham lived in Somerset County, it's quite likely he came from the Puckamee village, and that's how he acquired his name. Puckamee means, it comes from Puccoon, which is red ore, and me refers to a place. So Puckamee, red ore place. He said conversation on Twitter. Twitter's been trash for a minute, though. Twitter's not what everybody does. Was cool on Twitter is on Clubhouse now. Yeah, they taking their conversations to Clubhouse because they can't spell anyway, so they can't spell, so they might as well go on and talk. How do you go about finding the full truth of my people as far as genealogy goes? I've been on this mission for over a year now. Do you have a genealogy course that I can subscribe to? Yes, I actually do. If you go to adinaacademy.com, you can sign up for the class, I have a lot of information. I'm going to be updating with these whole list, um, the whole list of these tribal surnames is going to be on there as well. And I'm going to be constantly updating with tips on how to. Yeah, they can't read. You know, they can't read and write and comprehend. They failed that class. Uh, but yeah, you can go on DNA Academy and sign up for the genealogy course. Um, and we're gonna have this all these surnames that I'm discussing was gonna be on there. I'm gonna have all that research from the surnames on there, as well as tips on how to do genealogy and to find more information. Okay, because I've noticed when I read the books, and there's really no genealogy course. This is like one of the only genealogy course for American Indian and quote unquote African American genealogy that's available on the internet. Okay. And people who do know some of the tips or who are genealogists, all of them do not know our history and all these surnames and that connection to the surnames. Okay. So I'm trying to give you all the information on that course. And the course is for life, and we're going to be updating. And hopefully, I'll be able to get on there and go live and answer some genealogy questions in the class once I figure out how to do the technical stuff with that. Ron, you said, Tasha, at some point, check your messenger and let me know if you got my message about the books that I mentioned to you. Okay, Ron, I'm going to have to send you my phone number too because sometimes I can't see all the messenger stuff. So I'll find that and I'll text you my phone number on that, cousin. These names I've stated before are all on a Choctaw joint and you put out before. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some of these people are intermarrying, and we see right here, like they just said, the Lenape intermarried with the Nanticoke. So I'm pretty sure these Nanticokes moved and intermarried with the Choctaw. Like I was saying, a lot of people in those areas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, they originate in Virginia, Maryland, this whole Tidewater area. So of course, they are from these tribes here, and they go marry a Choctaw. If it's a woman, or later on because they're taking on the Choctaw surname, you see that they're okay. Y'all get what I'm saying, right? I just almost confused myself with that, but yeah, that's what the surname's from. You said they can't be saved. I felt the little boy from Boys in the Hood who called Trey an African booty scratcher. What? We from Crenshaw Mafia. Oh my goodness, yeah, that's slave talk. Well, no, we can't get into that. That's what I'm telling them. And even the slaves that they claiming they're not African. All right. I showed them yesterday on here that these tribes in Nanticoke and stuff was enslaved. So you can't really say all of those people. And then a lot of those domestic slaves within domestic slavery come from the breeding farms from the Maryland Eastern Shore. And those were a lot of these people's ancestors and families that were enslaved there who were breeding all of these slaves to be sent to other places. Right? These Indians. All right, so let's go into George Puckham, who was identified as one of the chiefs on the treaty. Okay. And George is believed to be the grandson of John Puckham. Okay. So you see, John was a chief. If his son was a chief. Right. Virginia down. Yep. Yep. Okay. So that's the connection with this Elias Bookram person who went to Granville. So y'all see already from Maryland, Delaware area, and they moved down to North Carolina, right? And probably from North Carolina, that's how they got over there to Mississippi with the Choctaws. right? And they have them listed as free people of color here in the 1920 census. And Book Graham married for a second time to Chase Scott. And it says, we know that the children born to Elias on or after 1824 were from his second wife. The Scotts were a Sapani Indian free colored family that came to Granville area, okay? And the Sapani are from Virginia. The Sapani. So you see this connection that I'm showing y'all. The migration patterns are very important when you're trying to document this stuff, right? Okay. Oh no, I thought you'd been sub. I thought you'd been sub. That's why I didn't say nothing about it. Yeah, I thought you'd been sub. So you see the connection on here, you guys. All these families, and these are some of the families related to the Bookrams or the Puckhams, and that's the the Chavis, the Guy family, Pettiford, Jones, Anderson, Harris, Bibby, Taborn, Evans, and Bass. And we were talking about the Andersons before. So the Andersons down there are from both the Andersons of Norfolk and the other Andersons of King William County. So they're all married in with the Puckrams, okay? And it says Elias was enumerated in 1830 census, right? And his surname was spelled with a B and not a P. And he probably was documented as a mulatto. And like we were saying, that they did that so they can tax the Indians. That's why they change your racial category to tax you. And that's why they changed them to the free colored, from Indians to free colored mulatto slash Negroes. Okay, let's see. I don't know what that says. Yeah, so he is listed as a mulatto on here. You can see. Let me see if I can zoom in this. Zoom in. You see the M. Farmer, age 60 something. They put a big thing on there. And I don't know what that says. Maryland, born in Maryland. Okay, so they got the proof that he is listed as mulatto. We saw that the Indians in Nanticoke were listed as mulattoes and Negroes, right? They eventually became the Negro community in the Eastern Shore. And you see that he's listed as mulatto, farmer, and he was born in Maryland. Okay. All right. So this is how it goes into the Proctors as well, who are from the Piscataway tribe, who are related to the Nanticoke. And this is Joseph Proctor, was born in Maryland, and he relocated to Granville. There's also Joseph Okie, and we know Okie is one of the Powhatan deities. It's like not a devil, but he looks like one with the way that they describe him, but he's not evil. He's not an evil entity. He's more like a father figure entity. He said, tell him about the letter to the Marshal of 1850 and 60. Number 5 Indians are not to be enumerated. Right. Enumerated Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, including Indians not taxed. Right. So Chief Real Rap had posted on his Instagram the screenshot of that about the Indians not taxed. And we had just saw last night, we just came across that information about how they were changing that status so that they could get past this same the same law that they made, or what do you call this, clause on here. So they did that to get around that, right? That's why we're now African Americans, right? And so-called blacks to get around that so they can tax the people, so they can take the land and say that it's abandoned. All right, so this Proctor family, we're gonna get more into the Proctors later this week. But the Proctors, not this Joseph Proctor, but his other people in his family, were some of the main people used on these breeding slave farms in the Maryland Eastern Shore area. Okay. So these people, and that the Proctors is where that term MFer, but we on late, so I can say it. The term mother effer comes from the Proctors because the Proctors were used. They would take them and they would put bags on their head so they didn't know who was who. And sometimes the sons end up impregnating their mothers because the people were just trying to pump out babies to sell. Okay. And they use these Piscataway Indians to do it. Okay. So we're going to come back. I'm trying to find more receipts for that information, but that's like common knowledge around the DMV area about that family. And the family's still here. They're still here. They are quote unquote so-called African Americans now. But you know how that goes. You said, how can I share my records? I want to show you and everyone else how some records say Black, mulatto, and Mexican, all in the same family and the land. You can email me the records, and then tomorrow I can show them. Let me put it in the chat. I'm getting so tired. I took a nap, but I'm exhausted. So, yeah, at theTashaXi@gmail.com. Just send that to me, and we can show it tomorrow. All right, so it says, I don't believe the Puckhams, Bookrams, Proctors, and Okies moved to Granville County together because they all first appear in Granville records at different times. However, I don't think it's a coincidence that several people from Maryland, Delaware tribes relocated to Granville. Yeah, I mean, I think it was a catch-all area because a lot of the other Powhatan tribes, like the Pamunkeys and the Mattaponi and Nansemond and those people, also moved down to Granville, you know. So the laws in Granville were more looser. The land cost cheaper. And to be honest, some of them had white wives. So it was cool. It was chiller for them to have to bring they Beckies down to North Carolina because Virginia wasn't having it. You know, Virginia was not having that. So them, you know, bringing their women to North Carolina, they felt more free to do what they wanted to do. And I think they probably could make more money farming there too. You said they're social political construct. Yeah, they are. Yeah. They're all still racial significers for what the ancestors did, who gave her the tribal rule. That's why the marshals played the key role. You're exactly right, a real rap. Exactly right. Halito Celestine, you up late. You said, what time am I going live? Tomorrow, I'm not sure. Maybe around midnight. I'm trying to do the late lives because there's people in other countries and stuff watching. So yeah, anytime before that, you can send it to me. You said it's early for you. Yeah. So let's see. Talking more about these families. It says it's no coincidence that Elia Bookram from the Nanticoke tribe in Maryland happened to relocate to another Native American community in North Carolina. He had prior knowledge of the community and likely knew that some of the closer tribal relations in Maryland and Delaware, the Proctors and the Okie families, had already relocated down there. And it's very much worth mentioning that displaced Sapani Tuscarora, and other North Carolina, Virginia tribal peoples who relocated in the upper Midwest and Canada during the early 1800s. Intermarried with displaced Maryland, Delaware tribes like the Nanticoke, Lenape, and Piscataway, who also relocated to upper Midwest and Canada. So Granville by no means was the only place where a diverse set of tribal people came together. So you see they went to the Midwest and Canada. So some of them people up there in Toronto, acting like the Caribbean, is really us from down here. Real Rap, you said they purposely listed family members wrong to confuse people of the era and their posterity who wouldn't be able to find them due to the 1920 Vital Statistics Office and Walter Plecker and others. Right. That's why the sister has multiple races in her family lineage on the records. It's to confuse and add genocide, paper genocide. Yep, this is exactly what it's all about. Paper genocide to say that we are not here and the lands are abandoned and we won't be able to reconnect to who we are to get our family's lands back, and to say that the land is theirs. That's how they did it. Can you place the website to your genealogy class? It's adinaacademy.com. Let's see. And that's, for those who are interested. Dina, let me type it up. Sorry. Oops. I didn't even do it right. Hold on. I missed the letter. Yeah, so we see the tricks that they pulled, right? And how the families got confused because people are moving around and they're mixing with other tribes, and that's how certain cultural and language things got lost as well. So they ask us, why don't you speak your language? And why don't you do culture customs? Because the people moved, they mixed, they migrated, and they, of course, they lost certain customs because they're mixing with other tribes. Also, there's laws saying that we couldn't speak our language. Also, laws, certain people who left reservations were banned from coming back and visiting their family. Okay, so things were purposely lost. You had to join into Western society as well, and wear Western clothes and do all these things, or otherwise you would be considered a wild Indian, and wild Indians were the enemy. Okay, so people basically got along to get along, got down or laid down at this point because they had signed the treaties and they really couldn't fight back because they really didn't have the muscle like they used to. So after fighting all these bloody wars, people lost everything. They just wanted peace at that point. And of course, they found religion in certain aspects that kind of made them docile, and saw those people as their brothers and sisters, in Christianity and things like that. Real Rap, you said 1830 Indian Removal Act to 1930. The creation of the birth certificate tells our story of how our ancestors recently dealt with colonization history to our current situation. Yes, yes. You sound like a book. You sound like a book. That's true. Yeah, they were trying to remove that people from the land, the Indian Removal Act. Definitely. Okay. So, like I keep saying, this genealogy is part of the way to get things back in place, right? Okay, so they're just going more and more into these families. So we see the migration patterns and we see the surnames and the significance of such. And you said you're speaking of the title 25. Tasha, no disrespect, but they chose their fate. So so-called civilized Indians who weren't considered wild Indians. I'm shaking my hand, not disrespect anyone, but they are at fault. Yeah, that's true. They did do that. They did it because they wanted peace. What they thought they were doing is they thought they were their preserving their people from being killed because the wars were so bloody. Okay, there's one war that one of my ancestors died in, uh, Necorance. He was in one of the bloodiest wars ever, and it was so bloody that they filled like this whole creek was full of blood. That's how bad it was. So it got to the point where his daughter was like, I mean, no, take it back. His wife. I'm talking about Tatapamoy was in this war, not Necorance. Chief Tatapamoy was in the bloodiest battle ever. So it got to this point that his wife, after he passed away from that, and they lost hundreds of people in that battle with the Europeans, even though they took down hundreds of Europeans. She felt it best that we go and have peace, and she created the Treaty of Middle Plantation, as well as other chiefs that were under her, because she was the empress of the whole Powhatan Nation, as well as other nations that were under her, including the Nottoway, and I think the Monacans were under her at that time. But just to stop from all the bloodshed, she created that. And then we got screwed. She created the reservation system, and we got screwed from that. So it had good intentions, right? It had good intentions, but it didn't turn out right. Oh, no problem. Savagely. Oop, my stomach rumbling now. You said you're in California, right? He said North Carolina is constructed the same way it was, right? A lot of forced inbreeding caused many autoimmune diseases among many tribes. That is very true, Clever. That is very true. As well as us getting away from our spirituality because the medicine that was part of our spirituality, the science that involved with the plant medicines, the herbal healing, that science was part of our spirituality and we lost it. So things like diabetes and what else? Like you said, autoimmune disease and things. Our medicine people had that under control, and people would, take things daily to deal with that. And now that's completely out of the picture, and people are suffering and taking synthetic drugs, and that's causing a lot of these issues with our community, especially dealing with diabetes because we don't have the same diet as we used to, and it's very terrible. Real rap, you said, well, the descendants of these ancestors are the half breeds who signed those horrible under the table treaty deals, who are the parent generation of the Black Wall Street, quote unquote, generation 1920s. That's very true. Yeah. I would call them the super mulattoes. A lot of those super mulattoes in the late 1800s, they signed a lot of treaties to put the nail in the coffin. Right, the mid to late 1800s. So that's how the Trail of Tears and all these different things allegedly came, whatever you want to call those things, came about from the super mulatto chiefs. And you can see the pictures. You go look at the pictures of these people, and they look like straight Europeans. Okay, and they were in charge because the mulatto mother, who's probably like 1/4, would marry a European, and then that child he will become the chief and take over the tribe. Now they actually had one of the chiefs, I believe his name was Ross. he was actually looking out for the best interest of the tribe, and he was fighting them on those, for signing that damn stupid Trail of Tears. And they actually they actually killed some people over that mess for them selling everybody out. Because at the time, those tribes were doing good. They had plantations, they were making millions of dollars, and that's why the Europeans used these super mulattoes to underhand the tribes like the Cherokee and the Creeks and sent them over to Oklahoma. But the gag about that was when they got to Oklahoma and they got a lot of what they thought was some BS Badlands. It was black oil, what they call black gold under there. So they ended up sitting on a bunch of oil wells. You know. Yep, they murked him. They don't play, right? John Ross, right? So they murked him. Oh, you want me to drop you a link? Okay, let me figure out how to do that. So I'll let you get on. You got something to share? How the heck I get the link? Hold on, let me stop sharing because I was done with what I was done with anyways. 1 second. Share. Anyway, how do I find the link? Y'all, I'm new to this thing, StreamYard. Press invite guests and drop it in the chat. Oh, okay. Okay, I see it. Okay, you see it? Yeah, so it's not like the more you get into this research, you're finding like the layers and layers of what they did to basically strip us from the land and our heritage. This is why they like us walking around claiming to be this and that and not finding out who we really are. Because it benefits everybody but us. It benefits the people from the colonies, the colonizers, and it also benefits other foreign people who come here and set up shop. Yeah, history is addicting. It is. Oh, let me go in the kitchen. All right, you see the link? You able to get in? AJ, you said that's why they push that BS male genealogy type. Are you talking about like Skip Gates? Talking about we're the tribe of our fathers, but we're born to our mothers. Yeah, that's true. Well, what they're doing is that's how the Europeans do their genealogy for their clans. Their clans are patrilineal, like the Scots and the Irish and all them people. Oh, you turn on your computer. All right. So the link is out there. If anybody else wants to get on, y'all can get on. I'm gonna be on for at least 20 more minutes. Give me some to eat. Yeah, but that's how they do. That's how they did. Let me see what else is on here. Let's share. Weren't the Mongols a minority in America before the Europeans gave them the power to replace us? Well, what really happened was, yes, they were a minority. That's why they always tell you on those documentaries and stuff that they were only, how many did they say? Like 100,000 or something like that. They weren't that many. You said 2 hours. Yeah, I know. I meant to get on here like an hour, and I ended up on here. It probably took me an hour just to read the dang on surnames. But yeah, back to what you're saying about the Mongoloid people, or what you want to call them, native people. Yeah, it wasn't as many of them here, and that's why they always say that it wasn't that many. But then when you look at it, they talk about the conquest of Mexico, and they say, well, 25 million people were killed. And it's like, hold on, wait a minute. If it was only 100,000 or whatever y'all trying to say, low number of people, for 11 million, then how y'all killed 25 million people? So stuff's not adding up at all. Not adding up. So yeah. Um yeah, on that video I did about the book that's in the Library of Congress, it did show that those people came um, from Asia with Genghis Khan's ancestors. I mean, descendants. I said his ancestors. They're descendants. Anybody else got any more questions before Real Rap gets on, or anybody else wants to get on? The link's in the chat. I can get on. Some of y'all be scared. Oh, here he is. I swear some of y'all be scared to get on here. All right, what up, brother?
Hey, give me 1 second.
All right.
All right. Can you hear me? I
Yeah.
was just turning on. Yeah, yeah. Like right when you saluted me, I was turning on my headset. Peace, sis. Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody. Let's see this on the playback. My name is Real Rap. Chief Real Rap on the YouTube. Only for the name, but I go by Real Rap. Um, I wanted to touch on like what we were talking about. Let me scroll back up in the chat because like we were having a great conversation, and I try to write it, type it in a way to where you can read it smoothly. So I don't ever type like that in the text. But for my
Mm-hmm.
sister, I do it. I do it for my sister though.
Oh,
To add.
uh-huh.
I was gonna say like to add to the conversation because I was coming off Twitter earlier. I was making a joke, but I was serious. It's so sad the low level of learning the next generation behind me has. Like I'm 31 and I was talking to like 20-year-olds, like they're not that much younger than me, probably 25, 26, but it's like the next like half generation of generation depending on how you look at it. And they just don't have the knowledge, and it's sad everybody's not gonna be able to make it. Like back to the history, when you were reading and going through some of the history, it's sad. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like you're gonna go through the ups and downs of it. That's why I like to come up here and provide context, to let people know. Like I'm gonna share, yeah, I definitely want to share something because this is important. Watch, let me pull this up real quick. This is the letter to the marshals. So you can look this up. You could type 1860, so 18 and then IPUMS
Oh,
and
you
it'll
told me
come
to
up.
type it up?
Well, I'm gonna share my screen. I got it.
Yeah, go ahead. You can share.
All right, for sure. I got it. I'm gonna come and
So
share
you
my
can get
screen.
on too.
1 second. Share my screen. I got you because I'm gonna give you a break. I know you cooking and everything. Get something to snack on. I got you. So right here we have 1860. I'm just waiting on Tasha to come back and share the screen. But the whole thing with going back is you have to do the best to your ability to take out the emotion because it's gonna hurt. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be times where you're going through it, especially when you understand the story. Now, something else that you have to do. Let me zoom out a little bit. Something else that you have to do is understand that no one is perfect, right? Our ancestors, a lot of people like to do what's called revision history. Well, look, you guys have never seen this, some of y'all, so let me take my time. I'm so used to just going straight to it. This right here, before I get back into my spiel, this is the 1860 census instructions to the marshals, all right? And if you click this tab right here, you have all the years of all the instructions, up until they just stopped, really caring with or giving the census priority and started going more uh with the birth certificate. Because if you remember, pardon me, in the chat, I was saying how the Vital Statistics Office was created in 1924. Then you had the birth certificate in 1930. So a lot of y'all have done your genealogy. This is the point that I want to hit too before I get back to the point on not being so hard on the ancestors, but not having revisionist history. Remember, like do me a favor, Tasha, like remember that point, the revision history point. So,
Okay.
all right, because I'm gonna go grab my pen and paper too, so I don't forget. So you have each year, every 10 years, everybody knows that you have a census. Well, it started as far back as I found, 1790, and um there was a question from one of the sisters about why her ancestors had so many different racial designations. Well, number one, um they had it for two reasons. At that time, they had all the racial designations to confuse the people in the time period, just like how they do today. Think about it. Every 20 years, some of y'all are older, we have elders in here that have gone through three or four racial designations. I know I have a grandmother that was 82, that turned 82 in March, and she's gone through being colored or being Negro, colored, black, African American. And some of y'all have gone at least through three, some two. To where it's popular for the time frame. Same thing with your ancestors. That's why the sister is going through that, because it was to confuse the people of that era, and it was also to confuse uh what is known as their posterity. I'll read something later. I'm gonna write that down. H Con 331. I'll go through a little song just to add context. So I'll get that later once I go through the letter to the marshal. So, like I said, as y'all can see, no matter which one you pull up, now these two are key. So is 1870. I mean, all of them are. The last from 1850 down, and really, from 1830, which is the Indian Removal Act. You know what I'm saying? Which you're dealing with the Andrew Jacksons of the world. You're dealing with those people of that time frame up to 1930 to Walter Plecker. You know what I'm saying? So you're dealing with colonization and pure genocide. Why? Because the original 13 colonies were penal colonies. Tasha can tell you. There were many islands that these people would get sent to because they were bastards. They were slaves. They were known as Slavs, serfs, also blackamoors. They had many names. They are the original slaves that they told you were. The slave story of the transatlantic slave story, is a fable. It's a story tale. Never happened. And the slave story that did happen was the American Colonization Society of 1816. And roughly, I don't have all the information, but the information I do have on it roughly only lasted 40 years, but it wasn't dissolved till 1964. So from 1816 to 1964, but you only had a 40-year period. You know, that's the context. The shit is deep. You know what I'm saying? Not to curse on your channel, Tasha, but it's deep. Pardon me. And that's why I say we have to do our best to remove the the emotional aspect. Like Tasha was saying, these people feed off of our energy, whether positive or negative. They prefer it negative because it keeps us at a low vibration. But even at a low vibration, we still vibrate the highest in the world because we are the original people. In the native tongue, it's known as Onkwe Onwe, Onkwe Honwe, which means to be the original inhabitants, the original beings. Now, let me get to this, Tasha. So, 1816, census instruction to the marshals. All right. Now, all this is you have this group. The marshals are your numerators. It's known as enumeration, but the marshals are the numerators. They're also in law, they're known as assignees or assistants, which you see here, which is just another word for an assignee as well. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I want to get to the gist, but just so you have context, I'll read a few of them. Number one, the appointment of assistants. Having determined on proper subdivision of your district, you will proceed to appoint your assistants, a duty involving a great responsibility. Exactly. To them, it was a great responsibility for your genocide. Your genocide to them was a great responsibility. What is it known as? Some of y'all call it what? Or they refer as it the great work. Some of y'all call it the great work or know it as the great work. That's their great work. Their great work is the depletion of copper colored Aborigine Americans of the Western Hemisphere that are all over the world. You know, I don't claim Africa, which is known as Barbaria, Tartar. I don't claim to be Asiatic. I claim my hemisphere, which Tasha will tell you is from Greenland, that area over to Alaska through Canada, through so-called the northern region of North America, through Mesoamerica, through Central and South. That's their great work, is to genocide our people, colonize and genocide our people. It also says, it is hoped you will exercise with judgment, as upon the fitness of those whom you appoint will depend in a great degree the reliability on the returns. See, they're telling you ahead of time. They're telling their people ahead of time. You've heard it in Spider-Man. Something not verbatim but paraphrasing, with great knowledge or with great power comes great responsibility. It's basically the same shit. They're saying the same thing. Pardon me. Like they're saying the same thing. Number two, it says in a great degree the reliability of the returns. It pays them for us to be low. That's what Tasha was saying earlier with the energy. So not to not to sit on it too long. Number two, it says qualifications of assistance. For your own security, the honor of the department, and the credit of the government, is indispensable that you appoint judicious, temperate, reliable, intelligent, and active men for your assistance. All lies, 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 and more lies, Tasha. Ain't now one of these so-called active men intelligent. Ain't now one. Why? Because they gave your ancestors their last names. No disrespect. The names, some of y'all that y'all, I'm not gonna say cherish, but that you hold in high regard. Those names were given to you. Your ancestors didn't speak English, not not as a main language. We had our own indigenous tongue. We did not speak with English, because if you do anything on etymology, you'll know that English is a bastardized language. It's a trade language of all the territories of Europe. So to say that these people are intelligent is a lie. Why? Because all they know is what? Credit. They tell you. All they know is commerce. It's indispensable to appoint their BS system because they feel it's reliable. When you take your time and read, they tell on themselves, right? Now, the key point that's not mentioned here, but we're going to scroll down to, we're not going to sit on this. We're going to get down to who's talking about us specific. The main point that they didn't touch on in the beginning, which they're going to touch on here, the special instructions to free inhabitants, which they didn't touch on, is this. No disrespect. Everybody has a coon or a so-called Sambo or a so-called coon, whichever you prefer, a traitor. We all have a traitor in our lineage, all of us, myself included. So when you do your genealogy, in my opinion, I'm not telling you how to do genealogy, just where it works for me. I'll focus on my matrilineal line. So how I did mine was I did my mother, my grandmother, up to my 4 times great-grandmother. And that's who I found out was the traitor. Depending, because they were young back then. You know what I'm saying? They would leave the house young. You know, on my dad's side, my dad, uh, my dad's mom had 13 children. She had her first at 13. By the time he was born, she was 19. He was her fifth child. So that's just how it went back then. With my people, like that's the traitor, in my opinion. Either my four times great grandmother or her mother, because she was 13 when it really, really when how they say the grits hit the fan. She was 13. She was born in 1847. Her name was Helena Singal. Do you think that was her real name? Hell no. That was a given name. That's why I said it was either her or her mother. Because prior to that, you know, you had your indigenous names. They didn't like that. Your indigenous names would be a description of either what you are or your title, just what you did, what you represented, your essence. It wasn't necessarily your name; it was your title. Like I'm a truck driver, but my name isn't truck driver, but that's what I'm known to do. I'm a truck driver, you know, but my name is real rap. You know what I'm saying? So that's how that works. Now I say all that to say this, like the thing with our ancestors is my ancestors, I started with mine, so it's no disrespect. My ancestor took that name Senegal, and it's supposed to be Senegal, but the damn marshal or enumerator was such an idiot. They didn't know how to spell Senegal. They spelled it Singal, Singal. And over the course of time, over the years, it became Senegal because that's my direct cousins. That's who I'm related to. It's my direct line, but I have cousins. So my people walked into being a citizen is the point. They didn't get beat up. They weren't slaves. I didn't find out one slave as far as I could go on both sides. Whenever you see pictures of so-called slaves, that's people that own the land. For real, Tasha, I tell you, especially in Louisiana. That's where I'm from. That's what I deal with. I can't speak for other regions because I'm only working on mainly specifically when it comes to that slave so-called trade. I'm working on Louisiana, and that's how I did it. I worked on my town, spread out to my region, spread out to my state, and everything that I'm finding. They said that my town was 50% slaves, but everything that I'm finding is they weren't slaves. They owned everything. My grandmother told me there was people not far from where I live right now that sold their land for a pair of brand new shoes. They did stupid stuff like that, man. And at the end of the day, like, you know, can you blame them? You know, I have a friend that's from Shreveport. His grandmother sold her 600 acres, $1 an acre, worth millions today for $600. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has messed up stories, but the point is, like our ancestors, there was one generation that died to make sure this was the generation of like the 1830s, 1840s, the grown-ups of that generation that was fighting Andrew Jackson, the generation of like, you know, if some people try to say the war 1812 isn't real, look, I'm not going there. There were wars all throughout Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, all throughout the East Coast, the Southeast, Midwest, Southwest, and the West Coast, all throughout the Americas. South America, Mesoamerica, everywhere. We're all one. Many people, one nation, many people. The point is, like, they walked into this shit. And we had to understand that. And that's why I wanted to take my time, give the context. So you have called special instructions, free inhabitants. And when you read this, you'll see that your ancestors, they gave up some of them. Because the ones that fought in the beginning of the 1800s, they fought like hell in order to make sure their lineage, they even, number one, had a lineage, number one, so that we are here today living and breathing. They did what they did. They gave their lives up. But their children, that's what I was saying in the chat, their children had mixed breed babies. And the mixed breed babies are the ones that made some of these deals, that made deals for the Title 25 so-called Native American Indian, the fake Indian. And also made it so that the real Indians had to go live on reservations. That's how you got the Trail of Tears. That's how you got people clearing the West Coast and the Midwest because they wanted more pale faces to live west. They wanted to get out of that northeast region. We have been whipping their ass, our ancestors. And we didn't just get beat up. We got lied on and we got some bad trade deals. And that's the point. The ancestors that had mixed breed babies, no offense, did these bad trade deals. Like one of the names was John Ross. He got shot up, but he couldn't even come to the South. If you go back and you research 1807, the Slave Trade Act at 1807, they ain't even coming to the South until the 1800s because we had them stuck. The whole point of what we did for them, all we ever did for them was we gave them passage within our land because they gave us a bum ass story about how the British were doing them wrong, and it was true. But so what? We gave them passage, and they turned their back on us like they always do, like they've always done. And the babies, the mixed breed babies, followed the lead of Paleface. So it says in the filling up this schedule, first enter on a sheet the papers, then fill out the blanks in the heading. See, so it's giving more instructions to the numerators in proper order, commencing with the less division as town, township, ward, borough. So when y'all look at y'all's genealogy, some of the censuses, it has this. You know, I'll pull up mine in a second. I'll pull up my genealogy. I'll go to my email once I'm done with all this. But you'll see this township, ward. You know what I'm saying? You'll see all these names. This, if you read this, this will help you to understand the census. Reading this verbatim, word by word. So it says the dwelling house under heading, pardon me. It says insert in numerical order the number of dwelling houses occupied by free inhabitants. So, key. They're not talking about slaves. Where are the slaves? I got a great documentary on my computer too. I'll show in a second. Hey, I'm gonna write that down. The free Negroes. Write that down so I don't forget. All right, that'll come after the HCon. So this right here is a signifier. They're not talking about slaves. They're talking about our people. And then when you read, you have to understand anything that stops with a comma or a period, that's the end. So if it would have said something about somebody else, everything after inhabitants with the comma up refers to these people. Everything with the comma back would have referred to anything outside of that if it wasn't referring to free inhabitants. So keep in mind that as well. It says, as they are visited, the first house you enter is to be number one, number two, so on. Skip down by dwelling. And it, look, like I see, y'all can read this. Just type 1860 IPUMS. It'll come right up. Go like the third link, I believe. So, because I want to skip down to get to the good stuff, not to skip, but it's long. Let's get to the families. It says under heading 2, entitled families numbered in order of visitation. Number of families of free persons once again. So you have free inhabitants. Up top you have free persons. Or excuse me, up top you have free inhabitants. Right here you have free persons. As they're visited by the term family. Everybody knows family is a term of so-called servitude. That's why we say lineage. Just like genealogy, it's a line. That's why we use the term lineage, a line, to line up to our ancestors. It's meant either one person living separately or alone in a house or a part of a house and providing him or herself several persons and separately from others in similar circumstances. All right, so let's get to the good stuff. Let's skip to number 5. This is what we came here for. This is what we came here for. Let me zoom in, Tasha. I got you. And notice we have the term color for the first time. It's 1860. Something else that they don't tell you, 1865, they didn't free so-called black people. They freed the Slav, the paleface. That's who they freed, but I'll get into that probably on another bill. But just so I didn't forget. Number 5, it says Indians. Now, you specifically, your ancestors. It says Indians not taxed are not to be enumerated. Period. Notice it's got the period, right? Everything in front of it is dealing with Indians. Everything after it is not dealing with these people. And you'll see. It says the families of Indians who have renounced. Everybody knows what renounce means. Or you should. But just in case, because I'm not going to pretend like I fully know the full term.
You said renounce? That means they gave up or they, right?
Exactly.
That's who they are.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely, Tasha. Appreciate it, sis. Absolutely. Absolutely correct. From 14th century to give up, seed. Like I concede to your point. I give up. It also says to protest against, renounce, to report, announce, right? But the main thing is to give up. Tasha was absolutely right. So that's why I say no disrespect. But all our ancestors at one point in our line, somebody broke our line. Somebody gave up our homeland. For what? Tasha could tell you. Indians not taxed are not to be enumerated. Now, Tasha, I don't want to be petty. I just want to mention it and I'll leave it alone. I've been going back and forth with some idiots that are agents that are misteaching our people. Number one, you cannot buy a land patent and use it to get your land back. It doesn't work like that.
Right, exactly.
And if you want another day on another night, I can go through a whole class on it. Take our time and do it. That way everybody has the edification because I've been on other channels that is not about knowledge. They're not about coming together for real. They're only about drama and pettiness. And that's why I love my sister Tasha. That's why I love Phoenix Moon. And that's why I love the grown-ups here.
Mm-hmm.
They're not petty kids. They're not little goats. You know what I'm saying? They're not petty over here. You know what I'm saying? Like I respect and have love for people that really want to build and want to keep it on the knowledge. So I don't mind sparring. I don't mind joking. I don't mind, being who we are, being American Aborigine. But I don't do the disrespect, and I don't respect being lied on. I don't respect my people being lied on. So that's it, Tasha. I just wanted to state that we are not, if you can help it. I know everybody's in their transition. You know what I'm saying? But we can't knowingly continue to keep doing contracts with these people. I
Mm-hmm.
understand we have to have cell phones. Once my contract is over, I'm going to get a prepaid. I'm not gonna act like I can end fiat tonight. I'm not gonna pretend to do that because I live in a real world. I'm a real person. But
Right,
at the end of the day, I want to remove myself as much as physically possible until I'm fully removed. But the only way to do that, people don't know, you have to become a nation. You have to join a nation to become a nation. You can't just start a nation from scratch. Like you have to have a nation state behind.
right.
You know what I'm saying? That's what the agents don't teach because it's all about commerce. everything you see with the I'm trying not to curse so bad, Tasha. I got you though. But
Yeah, because the children are watching.
I got you exactly. Hey,
More
I'm catching myself. I'm catching myself. Catching
you can
myself.
say the S
But
word. That's the you can get
no,
away with
no,
that.
no. I got you. No, I'm not gonna curse at all because when you know better, you do better. So if I know that children are watching, I want them
Yeah,
to receive this. So I'm not even gonna say the S word if I can help it.
right. Yeah, because some
So
of the teachers play this in their class. They play
of
my
course,
videos.
of course, of course. So all love and respect. I'm coming out of indoctrination, deep
Mhm.
indoctrination. So no disrespect to you or anyone here. Um, but I just wanted to let it be known you'll always see words like this because all they know is commerce. And
Right.
our ancestors knew that, and they put it. Watch, look. Let's get the look. Let's just hit the nail on the head. Let's read this, and let me do one thing, and I'll relinquish my mic.
Uh,
Indians not go ahead,
I'm
sis. Or I'll
sorry.
just
I was
read
gonna
this
say
and
Hermosa had
and
a question for you in the
oh,
chat.
go ahead. At any time, cut in.
Hermosa, you want to unmute or you want me just to read it?
Yeah, cut in anytime, yo.
Yes. How are you?
Good. How
Peace,
you doing?
I
peace,
just want
peace.
to say thank you for sharing all the wisdom and knowledge and educating me because I'm new to this. I just want to say thank you. That's all I wanted to say. And also thank you, Real Rap, for just sharing all that wisdom and teaching. I'm learning. This is my first time learning all this. So
Oh,
uh,
wow.
I'm grateful and I'm just saying thank you.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
also
yeah, your question.
my question was how can we get our land back without a land patent? Like how does that work?
All right, bet. I'm glad you asked that. If y'all want, I give you the class on it, and I don't. It's not that I've done it and no, but I deal with people who own 380 acres in Virginia, over 1,000 in the islands without a land patent. And the reason, and the answer your question, number one, we have to have knowledge. And I'm not ducking your question. I'm giving the context to your question. We have to have knowledge of self first, because this is a solo journey. This is what my mentor teaches me, Koda Kibe. That's what my mentor teaches me. My master teacher. It's all honor to him and my big chief Ikahana. What I learned from them is that number one, you have to be a nation. You have to join a nation. So they're part of the Iroquois Confederacy. So let me show you some information as I speak, so you can receive it as I said. So I'm gonna pull up. Let's just go to my email because I already got it. I already got it in my email. You have what's called h.con.res331. Um, I believe it's House Concurrent or House Congress. I can't remember. I'm about to read it for you. 1 second. Let me just look it up. So, to answer your question though, the mentor that I study under. This is my email. Yes, let's see. All right, that's it right here. All right, so my mentor that I study under, to answer your question, number one, you have to have knowledge of self. You know what I'm saying? Once you have knowledge of self, because you have to know how to defend yourself once you start to remove things and remove yourself from the system. So once you get out of your driver's license, remove your social security card, your birth certificate, remove your bank cards, bank accounts, everything that is a contract that attached a long list. You know what I'm saying? But before you can do that, like I said, you have to join the nation. And the Iroquois, however you want to pronounce it, they are the framers of the Constitution, which we're going to read. I'm going to zoom in so everybody can see it, and you'll see that they are the framers. And this wasn't written that long ago, or it wasn't reaffirmed, pardon me, that long ago. It was written, the first treaties were in the 1700s. On paper, with what I found to my level. Are there treaties that are older? I don't know, but what I found, this is my level of research. It says H.con, H.con.res 331, 100th Congress, second session. This is how you don't need a land patent, says, to answer your question. You don't need a land patent, and I'm gonna get to read this and answer your question to go along with it. You don't need a land patent because when you deal with people like Coda or other people who have nations around the country like Coda, because you don't have to join directly Coda. But when you have nations that are doing it the right way, as a government to government, that aren't Title 25, that's how you are able to get your land back, by knowing the law. That's why I say you have to have knowledge yourself. Because once you know the law and your rights under the Constitution, you're able to learn history. If you know history, you're able to know law. They coincide together. You can't know history without the law. You can't know law without the history of your people. And this isn't even the highest law. The Constitution isn't even the highest. I'm gonna pull up the Great Law of Peace. I'm not gonna build on it because I'm at the basic of basic levels when it comes to that, because it's very complicated. But our Great Law of Peace was the signifier for the world, for lack of words. Like that was what the world used. That was what the world used in order to tame itself as far as other civilizations around the land masses. They used our laws because we are the oldest people. We are the original people. That's why I said that term Onwe. And that's how you, like I said, I'm gonna pull up some land patent information. The reason why you can't do it with the land patent is because there's something called Secretary of the Interior. Secretary of the Interior is appointed by the president, and he has cronies under him, which are known as assignees or assistants, whatever you want to call it. And what they do is they set you up with the land patent. Now, we have a lot of land patents. Don't get it twisted. Yes, we do. On paper, we still own a lot of this land. But the land patent, when you look up the origin of land, look, let's come back to this. Let's look up the origin of the land patent. Let's just do the bill right quick. As to why you don't need it, I'm going to tell you how to do it without it. All right, we're going to get a few links. But just off the top, origins of land patents, let's put it in the U.S. Let's get it from the U.S. What is a land patent? Land patents are issued by the Crown to grant or confirm title to a portion of land. They represent the first title to land and serve as proof that the land no longer belongs to the Crown. What does that mean? Watch. I'm going to start getting some law next. Let's just get the two-dimensional, then we'll get the law. What is it used for? Allegedly. A land patent is the only form of proof of absolute title to the land. Where? In the United States, right? It protects the landowner from claimants of co-ownership as well as the United States government. That is a lie. A land patent is granted to the named party and his, her, or their heirs assigns forever. That is a lie. If you're dealing with the U.S., why? Watch. Who's the first person to receive A land patent. Hold on, did I type it right? Google's so stupid. Pardon me, almost curse again. Google's so stupid. First person to get a land patent, a U.S. land patent. You gotta be word specific. Very word specific. There we go. See that? See how it pops up? You have to be word specific, or else you'll never find it. The first United States land patent was issued on March 4th, 1788 by who? John Martin. Let's see. Let's get some information on it. And then we're going to get the law. Zoom in. All right, zoom out one time. All right. All right, it's just like that. All right, it's just on the corner. All right, y'all. Yeah, it's just on the corner. I was trying to get it to the middle, but that's how their website is set up. All right, let's get to the. It's for educational use only. YouTube. You know, we're not gonna play that. We're protected under the First Amendment. Anyway. All right, so this is a little history on it. Let's see what they have to say. This is William Williams, Ratner, and Plunkett. All right, that's the link. Let's see what they have to say about it. If you want another one, we can get it. If you are satisfied with this, no problem. But the first person to actually get a land patent was a white boy. We're not even gonna play them games. So-called white boy, paleface. As the population of the United States grew, the federal and this answers to the sister's question. It's all the context. It's how a bill says. As the population of the United States grew, the federal government was interested in moving people off the East Coast. Now, remember what I told y'all earlier about 13 colonies and Andrew Jackson wanted to push people to the West? It's a real thing. Into the woods out west. To that end, the land office was created to sell land. At various intervals throughout the 1800s, the land office sold land to those daring souls, allegedly, not by deed. Now, there's something called a because it's dealing with deeds. It's called a fee tail. I'm gonna write that down because I'm gonna look that up. It's one of the things I'm gonna look up. It's in law. It's called a fee tail, right? Because you have idiots out here that say they can read deed. I'm gonna write that down. Fee tail, so I can explain that on the land patent, and so you can read deed allegedly, but you can't. But I'll explain that later. So I'll write that down. Put a star by that. All right. So in context, it says, in context, the land office sold land to those daring souls, not by deed. You know what I'm saying? Not by deed. So to the one that it applies, yeah, you can't read deed. Anyway, other convenience of a fee, right? So remember I just said a fee tail, you know, the truth confirms itself, but by patents. So it's saying that, well, you'll see in a second. I'll go to fee tail next after I'm done with this, so it makes sense. These land patents served as early forms of title through which each people could then assert their ship, as against all others. Once again, these land patents served as the early forms of title through which people could then assert their ownership as against all others. The territory of Michigan, upon admission to the Union as a state, acquired sovereign jurisdiction and police powers over all lands within its boundaries, not then in federal custody. Well, that's a lie. That's a lie. Who gave who jurisdiction? I'll show it to you in law. Well, who gave who jurisdiction? How is a police state or so-called police powers gonna have power over all the land. Our police today said to protect and serve. See, I tell you, they lie on themselves all the time. Paleface can't help themselves. I wasn't even looking for that. But anyway, acquired sovereign jurisdiction, police powers over all land within its boundaries, not then in federal custody. Let me touch on something right quick. Random, but it goes with the point. The reason why people that are sovereign citizens get so messed up is because you can't be in between a nation. You know, that's why Tasha, like, we're gonna have to do an A drip and an undrip class. My brother Radamez would be great at that. You know what I'm saying? To help that. You know what I'm saying? Whenever like you have time, I love to set up that A drip because it tells you in the A drip they have and shall make you whole. You know what I'm saying? So doing it the right way, you don't need patent, sis, to answer your question. I know it took a minute, but I need to give the context. If you've never seen A drip, let me pull that up right quick. I'm not worried about this pale face because this is all irrelevant. Let's get the A drip documentation. It is 1 second. A drip stands for, I'm gonna come back. American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. So y'all write that down. American. I'm so bad at typing, y'all. Pardon me. Because I'm trying to look at this. American Declaration on the Rights. All right, there we go. Went out that second link. No, you don't. Pardon me. No, you don't. No, you don't. Pardon me. It should be a green. It should be green. Pardon me. You got the third link. Let's see. Let's see. It should be green. I haven't been on A-Drip in a while on the website. I got the PDF downloaded. Y'all give my computer a second. Come on.
You on AOL dial-up?
Bruh, stop it.
What's going on here?
I'm getting my DJ skills in, man. Stop it.
What?
Bruh, it's a big file, man. Stop it.
Oh
Read all
my
these pages.
gosh.
It's huge. It's not my fault. I'm on my whack router. Stop.
Wow.
God, that's taking forever. Bruh, stop it, man. It's embarrassing. Stop it. They weren't even paying attention till you said something. I, I, I was gonna talk about something else, and y'all say, why would you gonna mention that?
You look like you churning butter over there. What's going on?
It's almost. Look, it's almost. Come on, baby. Come on, get to the end. Get to the end. We almost there. Don't worry about Tasha. Don't worry about her. You know what I'm saying? I still love you. Don't worry about it. It's just me and you. Don't worry about it. You know,
Oh
I'm gonna start playing that John B song, Tasha. Don't make me play that
wow.
John B. Mm-hmm. They don't know about us. They don't know about us. Come on, baby, get to the end, goddamn. All right.
You in the
Damn,
PTI.
that's not even the right goddamn link.
Woo.
That's not the
Okay.
right link. Oh my god, man.
Got
That's not the
that
right.
Metro mode. What's that? Metro dial-up?
That was that one link. Stop it. Hey, man, my computer working fine. Y'all so petty, man. All right, it's OAS. That's why. My bad. That's why it's not coming up. I got to get the OAS. My bad. Pardon me. Y'all gonna stop playing with me, bro. I tell you, man, you got to be word specific on here. All right, so it should be the second one. It should be this one. OAS. Man, I hate Google. That's something different. That's all the same. Look, I'm gonna just have to share it off here, or just go to my look. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna call myself an idiot. It's just late at night, so I'm not gonna blame myself. I'm gonna just email it to myself. I don't know why I didn't think to do that. I'm sorry. I apologize, y'all. I didn't mean to waste 2 minutes of y'all's lives.
Oh, that's fine. And Mosa, you had anything else to say? Or anybody in the chat. I put the link in the chat if anyone else wants to join on.
This is good though. This is the OAS. So look, let me zoom in while I'm already here. But because this is good information. The OAS, you're good. I'm just used to seeing like the PDF version. So it says the indigenous peoples of the Americas are culturally distinct groups who maintain who maintain an ancestral bond to the lands where they live or wish to live. Indigenous topics have been the subject of numerous OAS generally assembled resolutions. OAS, I remember what that stands for. I know it's American, so I don't know why I'm having a brain block right now. Organization of American States, pardon me. I don't know why I couldn't remember that. All right, I don't want the meetings. That's not even the way. All right, so let me get to my Google. Let's see. No, this is what I was looking for, y'all. This is what it's gonna look like. I'm gonna start that too. That's what it's gonna look like. Man, it's a big damn, bro. Hey, Tasha, don't make fun of me. It shouldn't take as long. This one's only 68 pages. It shouldn't take as long.
That's the AOL dial-up.
Stop. Bro, it's taking me back, bro. You taking me back right now, bro. You taking me back. That damn fax machine.
Yeah.
Bro, you're not making it no. You're not making it no. All right, look, there you go. You're not making it no better. Man. You're not making it no better. All right. So this is what we were looking for. Okay, this is what we were looking for. American Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Okay, the OAS. All right, Organization of American States. All right. So it's very important to study this. I'm still working on it. It's very, very, very extensive. I'm not even going to attempt to teach it. I'm just running through it. I'll stop on certain points. So one of the keys is reorganizing the valuable support provided by member states, observer states, and the organs, agencies, and entities of the Organization of American States for the process in a working group to prepare the draft American Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. All right. That's basically our ancestors' mission statement, our mission statement. Like I said, I'm working to learn this. It's our preamble, as y'all can see. Pardon me. Trying to get to the part that I know. So that's what they're reaffirming in the documentation. That indigenous peoples are original, Onkwe, diverse societies with their own identities that constitute an integral part of the Americas. So, sis, why would you do a land patent, or why would you do business or commerce with someone? Say, I don't know if you own a home, but say you do, and you pay a mortgage, right? I'll come to your home, sis. I'm talking to the hold on, what's my sister's name? Let me come back to
Hermosa. Hermosa, you still
Hermosa.
there? Can you unmute?
And this to anybody in the chat too. If I come to your house that you pay to live there, you know, I'm borrowing my mentor's analogy because it's a great analogy. You know what I'm saying? You pay to live there. I walk in, no guns, no nothing. You know, I just put it in my own words. So no guns, no nothing. And I tell you, hey, you gotta get out. Hermosa, you gotta get out. And while you getting out, you still gotta pay all the bills. If there's any fees associated with taxes, it's on you. Mortgage is on you. Lights is on you. Everybody that I'm bringing in my household, you're gonna have to pay for. Just random, off the strip. You never met me a day in your life. If anybody in real life did that, allegedly, it would be an issue. I'm gonna just put it like that, Tosh. I got you. It would be an issue in the real world. So why would you allow Why wouldn't you allow that analogy, but you will allow, and not you, Hermosa, I'm talking about all of us, myself included. Why would we allow these people to do us in the manner of that analogy? Because that's exactly what they're doing. You're not supposed to have a passport in order to leave from the so-called northern region of the states, which is just the states in general, to anywhere in the Americas. You shouldn't have to ask permission to do that. That's like if I'm in my home, that's like me asking Tasha or Hermosa if I can go bathe myself before I go to bed. I'm gonna just do it. It's my house. I'm gonna do it out the strength because I want to be clean regardless. But you have people out here that let them dictate to them on that level. So, with what our ancestors were concerned with, that indigenous peoples had suffered from historic injustices as a result of inter alia, right? Did the same thing in the 60s, known as what, Tosh?
I'm not sure.
Integration. Integration.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, integration. Not to put you on the spot. I know it's late at night.
Yeah.
Integration. You know what I'm saying? See, at this time we were segregated. Come the time of integration, that was our last stronghold on being us, being who we were. Right. Matter of fact, now Tasha, anybody in the chat, because I'm not as familiar with Martin as some of y'all. Didn't Martin say that it would be a problem if the indigenous people of the Americas found out who they really were? Something to that degree.
Yeah, something like that.
Let's see right quick. Hey, look, we're gonna come right back to this.
He did say we're vanquished on our own land, you know.
Martin Luther King, not killed. The fuck? Martin Luther King on indigenous people. Let's see if it pulls up like that. America. Let's see. I'm so bad at typing. America. Y'all, and like Tasha, if they have any questions, cut in anytime. If they have any questions. Let's see. Bypass the Native American, y'all. Let's see. Focus on what's said right here. Cause the whole thing, not to sugarcoat Martin, but Martin gets a bad rep towards the end. Because towards the end of his life, he started to wake up. You know what I'm saying? And it's the proof. And not just that, it's on record. He never said black ever. You know what I'm saying? So before people get too hard on Martin, realize some of y'all say black every single day of your lives, of your existence. You know, that's why I say, man, you have to be hard on certain ancestors. I don't know what this is. Oh my God. God damn. That's why I don't like Google. Certain ancestors, like you have to be hard on, but other ones like you had to call a spade a spade. So he said our nation was in genocide when it embraced the doctrine that the original American was an inferior race, even before there were large numbers of Negroes on our shores. Now, this is the part that's messed up. It's the only part that I've read that's messed up. The scar of racial hatred had already disfigured colonial society. From the 16th century forward, blood flowed in the battles of racial supremacy. That's a fact. We are perhaps the only nation which tried, as matter of national policy, to wipe out its indigenous population. That's us. Moreover, we elevated that tragic, not we, them, I'm gonna stop saying we. Moreover, the colonizer elevated that tragic experience into a noble crusade. Indeed, even today, the colonizer has not permitted our people to reject or feel remorse for this shameful episode. Our literature, our films, our drama, our folklore, all exalted. Let me read that one more time, given the proper context. Today. Our nation was born in genocide when it embraced the doctrine that original American, the Indian, was an inferior race. Skip. The scar of racial hatred had already disfigured colonial society. From the 16th century forward, blood flowed in the battles of racial supremacy. We are perhaps the only nation which tried, as a matter of national supremacy, to wipe out its indigenous population. Moreover, we elevated the colonizer. See, I keep saying that. The colonizer are perhaps the only nation which tries as a matter of national policy to wipe out its indigenous population. Moreover, the colonizer elevated that tragic experience into a noble crusade. Even today, the colonizer have not permitted us to reject or feel remorse for this shameful episode. Our literature, our film, our drama, our folklore, all exalted. Pardon. So when you go back to the A drip, LOL, we ain't got time, LOL. Messing up the feng shui.
You clicked it off?
Huh?
Oh no.
Nah, I was joking, man. It's pulling up. So when you go back to what our purpose is, man, that's why I tell people, like, you don't need that BS land pad. Look, matter of fact, let's just get the land pad. Y'all can read this on your own. Let's get some of the land pad stuff. So that's all you do. Type land patent and start reading. This is one of the killers right here. 43 U.S. Code, subsection 628. But before that, let's find out what a Secretary of the State is first. And then it'll work its way into what like the land patent under U.S. law, under U.S. constitutional law. Pardon. All right. Now it's gonna go. Pardon me. It's gonna go in order. This is 8 U.S. Code subsection 1104. Powers and duties of Secretary of State. Secretary of State shall be charged with the administration and enforcement of the provisions of this chapter and all other immigration and other nationality laws relating to what? The powers, duties, functions, and diplomatic consular officers in the United States. See what a consular officer is. The term consular officer means any consular, diplomatic, or other officer or employee of who? Who, y'all? The United States. An employee of the United States. Designated under regulations prescribed under who? Under authority contained in this chapter. Whose authority? Whose authority? For the purpose of issuing immigrant or non-immigrant visas. When in watch, yeah, so all right. And see, it's the whole thing. Like, we've been downgrading, a lot of knowledge, right? Watch, let me skip to the next one. Because there's no way at 31 years old I should be reading this for the first time. Period. There's no way. There's no way that at 31 I should be reading law for the first time ever on a serious level. It's called indoctrination. It's called genocide. Right? It says the Secretary of State, it's in reference to him, he shall establish such regulations, prescribe such forms of what? Reports. Tosh, you see that, Tosh? Isn't a land patent a report?
Right.
Oh, but we're not done. We just getting the surface. We not done.
Wait a
We
minute. Why
just
don't you
get to the
come back?
surface.
And how much you getting? You saying you just getting started?
All right, let me just get the knockout blow. Let me get the knockout blow. Let me
Yeah,
get the
because
knockout
it's
blow.
late.
Let me
You
get
can
the knock.
come back
All right,
and do the whole
bet,
thing. You know?
bet. Let me just get the knockout blow. Let me get 2 knockout blows because I was gonna go through a slow cookie. Let me just get the knockout blow. All right, look, this is what the pale face does. Y'all go read this. 43 U.S. Code, subsection 621, 620, 628. Pardon me. That's what they do, Tasha. Now look, this conversation. We can have a conversation. What they do is they give you the land patent, right? Because your people did own the majority of the land well into the 1900s. That's the whole purpose of why I brought up Martin Luther King, is because they wanted to use him to push coming together, the not segregation but integration. They used Martin to push integration, right? And for him, the Malcolm X story, in my opinion, they were the opposites. You know what I'm saying? Like Martin wasn't as soft as people make him seem, and Malcolm, in my opinion, no disrespect, went as hard as people make him out to seem, right? But the whole thing is this: we still had the patents or whatever because we got sold on the patents, and I'm gonna show you. If I scroll down right now, we literally got sold our own land back right here. Am I not lying? Do y'all not see $1.25? That is not
Mhm.
that's not a Happy Meal. It's not a Whopper. Let's say $1.25 per acre with an apostrophe, comma. That's what they do. It's called who? Secretary of the Interior. That's what he does. Secretary Secretary of the Interior of the local land office of the minimum price. Well, let's go back a little bit because you got to get the context. It says because that's what they do. They sell land patents through what? A reclamation act. That's just one way. It's really what? Irrigation. That's what it's really about. Because what they do is this. In 1902, they came out and told you that if you start a nation, we had to be able to inspect your nation to make sure that you're doing it right. What real nation is going to let another nation dictate to them how they do anything? It's our land. Don't worry about what we got going on over here. Do you live here? No, you are a guest here. That's exactly what it was. These people took the law, their so-called law, which y'all can read, man. This is long. You know, y'all can read this. Just tap that tab. But law and what they did was completely unconstitutional because they were pulling the wool from other people's feet or putting the wool over people's eyes by making them feel that they had to buy it. Then once they bought it, they would come in and start to inspect, and they would automatically fail you regardless. They would hire their own people for the inspections. They would hire the people for the breakdown. That's crazy, man. And look, let me get the knockout shot, man. I was thinking about something else. Pardon me. But that's what they do, Tasha. They sell the land patent back. So if you go you look up the USDA up to 1910, but it goes past that, they say in the southeastern region we still own 90% of our land, our ancestors. That's why I told y'all slavery wasn't real. Because when you look at pictures of our ancestors in the field, they're working their land. Before that, we had paleface working our land, and that's just how it went down. 13 penal colonies, they sent all slaves here. And it's a long story. I'm not gonna get into it, but the people today that are pushing this land patent stuff, they're making it seem like you could do it on your own by yourself without a nation state. Last 2 points, and I'm done, Tasha. They they sell it to you literally. They tell you right here, sold in manner and for purposes mentioned in this chapter may be patented to the purchaser thereof or his assignee at any time after the expiration of the period of redemption allowed by law under which it may have been sold, no redemption having been made upon the payment to the officer designated by the Secretary of the Interior of the local office of the minimum price, your land from the universe, before you were even a thought, time immemorial, for $1.25 per acre, or such other price as may be fixed by law for such lands, together with usual fees and commissions. Didn't we read earlier? Indians are not to be enumerated. That means you don't pay no fees, you don't do no contracts whatsoever. You act government to government, period. Nobody's going to come on your land and tell you that you have to have your water ran a certain way. That's like me living in my house and some random HOA person comes to my land and there's no other houses on my block. I'm by myself. Do you think I'm going to listen to them? No. It says these limitations shall not apply to sales to irrigation districts, but shall apply to purchasers from such irrigation districts as such land bid by in said district. They just told you. The ones that's paying for it is the ones that's going through it, the damn citizens. Unless the purchaser or his assignee of such land shall, within 90 days after the time for redemption, have expired, pay the proper officer designated by the Secretary of Interior all fees and commissions and the purchase price to which the United States shall entitled as provided for in this chapter. Any person having the qualification of a homestead, me, somebody whose land and property is worth is less than 75,000, I stay in the country. That's how you're able to save a lot of money. Skip down. May pay the proper officer designated by who? The Secretary of the Interior for not more than 160 acres of said lands for which payment has not been made, the unpaid purchase price, fees, and commissions to which the United States may be entitled, and upon satisfactory proof, watch this, it's the kicker. Upon satisfactory proof that he has been paid the purchaser at the tax sale, or his assignee, proper officer of the district for which purchaser of the district case may be, some of which the land was sold at sale for irrigation district charges, or buying the district at such sale. Watch, this is where they get you at. And in addition to the interest, I'll explain all this in a second. In addition to the interest, the penalties of the amount bid. Listen to this. Everybody knows what a penalty is, right? You don't have to be a lawyer to know what a penalty is. And in addition, therefore, to the interest and penalties on the amount bid at the rate allowed by law shall be subrogated to the rights of such purchaser to receive patent for said land. All right, I'm gonna read the last paragraph and we're done. All this means this: the satisfactory proof, commissions, meaning money, a proper officer, meaning an inspector of what? That area that you're living in, whatever county or parish, for such purchaser or for the district as may be. The sum for which the land was sold at a rate for the irrigation charges, district charges. How are they going to put a tax on your own land with a damn land patent? Because you're not supposed to have it. That's why. Bro, let's see. Right here. In any case where any tract of entered land lying within such approved irrigation district shall become vacant. That's the key right here, Tasha. That's the damn mic drop fact. Real rap. I call them real rap facts. Because people hate me for the truth, Tasha. People hate you for the truth. They hate us for the truth. This is what I was looking for. In any case where any tract of entered land lying within such approved irrigation district, so even if it passes the irrigation clause that they put you through, shall become vacant by relinquishment or cancellation for any cause. Sis, Hermosa, are you listening, sis?
Yep, I'm here.
In any case where any tract, is the chat listening? I can't see y'all. In any case where any tract of any entered land lying within such approved irrigation district shall become vacant. So even if it's approved, it's still going to become vacant by relinquishment. Y'all all know what that means. Relinquishment, to give up, right? Or what? To cancel. Bleep, 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 bleep. That's all, folks.
Yep, right.
That's all, folks. That's all, folks. Play the Looney Tunes music and the little stuttering pig. That's how I got these coons stuttering right now. Real rap, real rap. Stop, real rap. Stop it. You hurt our feelings, real rap. How dare you? You speak the truth.
Go ahead.
That's how I got him. I got him stuttering right now. And I'm making fun of stuttering because I got a speech impediment, goddamn it. So if anybody offended, hey, you can't be. Goddamn it. But I got these clowns
Yeah.
stuttering, man, because they don't want to show this knowledge. Tasha, go ahead, sis.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's not about them. Just show the truth. You don't gotta
Facts,
be
because it's
about
about the children, man.
that.
Why am I going to see my children or your children continue to do something wrong, continue to bang their head in a wall? That's stupid. For what? For money?
Yeah. Right. That's what it's
That's
about.
look, no, we're not even done. No, we ain't done. We ain't done. I wish I could call names so bad, Tasha. You know I'm petty, but it's your
Oh,
channel,
please
so I'm gonna
don't.
respect it. You know, I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. I'm better than that. My channel, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Your channel, like, you know, I respect you. In any case, where any tract of entered land lying within such approved irrigation district shall become vacant by relinquishment or cancellation for any cause, any subsequent applicant thereafter shall be required, in addition to the qualifications and requirements otherwise provided, to furnish satisfactory proof by certificate. Ain't a land patent a goddamn certificate? From the proper district or county officer, once again,
Right.
a damn inspector, that he has paid all charges then due to the district. They do the same thing today, don't they? Don't they collect? Aren't we in income tax season, Tosh? Correct me
Yep.
if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
It says to furnish. We about to hit the we about to hit the we about to hit the ultimate mic drop. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just throw my mic. I'm gonna throw my mic like how what's his name? I'm gonna say one name. What's his name? Tasha, Mr. Randy
Andy
Watson,
Watts.
Mr. Randy Watson.
Sexual
I'm gonna
chocolate.
drop. I'm a section chocolate. I'm gonna drop my mic like section chocolate,
Woo.
section chocolate,
Oh my
section
God.
chocolate. Goddamn, Mr.
Right.
Randy Watson. I'm gonna put a chicken bone in the collection plate of these fake nations.
Ooh.
I don't
Mm-mm.
believe you. I don't believe them. I don't believe them because they don't want the truth out. And Mr. Randy Watson gonna tell the truth. Period. He gonna stump his feet with them Prince high heels
Oh my gosh. No.
and all them sequins. You ever
Ooh.
seen that man baby hair? That man baby hair was on fleek in the
Who?
80s.
Prince?
No, I'm talking about Mr. Randy Watson.
Oh yeah, the juice was loose. Yeah.
It was Luther.
So close. Yeah.
She said the juice was loose. We Scorpios. We gotta stop this. We gotta stop this. This is heinous. We
Yes.
can't be together, Tasha. Now that
Mm.
we want to get anything done in record time. You said 20 minutes. How long it's been since some 20 minutes?
I think it's been an hour and a half.
There you go. Didn't I tell you 2 hours? Why
Yeah.
you always lying?
Woo.
You know what
No,
I'm
I've
saying?
been in here almost 4 hours again. It's
Damn, Tasha.
3:50.
Man, but that's how learning is though. I don't want to let y'all go, Tasha. I told you earlier, the other day, I don't want to let y'all energy go.
Yeah. But
But
it's
look, jokes,
deep.
that's facts, man. But look, let Mr. Randy Watson finish because I want to
Right,
stump
go
my
ahead.
feet. You know what I'm
Drop the
saying? I
mic.
want to stump. I'm about to drop the mic. I'm about to drop the mic. To furnish satisfactory proof by certificate, once again, land patent, the proper district or county officer that he has paid all charges then due district upon said land and also has paid to the proper district or county officer, the inspector, for the holder, i.e., the allegedly the international bankers, the so-called people that really run this system. Why else would they be mentioned? They got to get their cut of any tax certificates. God dang it. Real rap, you done did it again. If it wasn't for you and that Scooby-Doo real rap, you and that damn dog real rap, damn, the
Those meddling
delinquents,
kids.
them damn meddling kids, the copper color version. You and
Right.
that damn dog real rap, the delinquency. How they got the nerve to talk about delinquency when they $25 trillion in debt, Tasha? Ain't that about a so-called something that I can't say because of the
Mm-mm.
children? Ain't that
Right.
about a you know what?
Yep.
Or other proper evidence. What proper evidence? This is colonization of purchase at tax sale at amount for what the sale at tax. I told y'all, all they care about is commerce, man.
Right.
That's it. Y'all, we're gonna get that another day because I promise I shared my last two and that was it. And I'm gonna keep to my promise. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to go through Bouvier's law dictionary, man, because I've been wanting to deal with law for a very long time, sis, and
Hmm.
nobody wants to deal with it. They don't understand the importance of how important law is for the sake of our people. We have to know this.
Right. Yeah. So you can come back on anytime and do that.
For sure, sis. Well,
Mhm.
much appreciation, much gratitude. Thank you for letting me be able to build with the lineage. Hermosa, thank you for the questions. If you have any other questions, y'all let me know before I dip. If not, I'll just dip back and answer what I can in the chat.
Yeah, and the link to his Instagram and um YouTube is in the chat
For
for those
sure. Yeah, it's all
who want to
simple.
subscribe.
YouTube is just Chief Real Rap. And look, let me tell y'all, I got some petty stuff on my page. I'm going to take it down. I was dealing with some people. I'm not gonna say their names. I was dealing with some people, and I'm restructuring my channel. So I took 100 videos down in order to be able to put a lot of it back up the right way because I want to be able to do it professionally. I don't want the information all over the place. So as y'all sub to the channel, y'all see some of the videos come back or some clips being put back, and it'll be my way to give back to our people. So if y'all don't see a whole lot of videos, it's because I just recently put 100 videos on private in order to be able to take down a lot of information and consolidate it. Nah, no
Right.
cash app, y'all. No cash app. No cash app, man. I don't do this for the bread, man. Y'all send it to Tasha. You know what I'm saying? It's not for me. I don't do the cash app, man, because the whole thing about it is I did a lot of bad in the world. You know what I'm saying? I was part of the Marine Corps. You know what I'm saying? I was in the military. I spread colonization. You know what I'm saying? And I participated in it. I didn't kill anybody. You know what I'm saying? I didn't purposely hurt anyone. I always tried to look out for my people, but that's not an excuse. as well as, just being a regular Negro at times, man. So nah, I do this for not only myself, for my own personal redemption, but I do it for the sake of my children to come, and for y'all, man, because it's not about money, y'all. If I was to take y'all money, I'd be just like them. And there's nothing wrong with getting paid for your time. Don't get it twisted. If you want to donate, one day I'll put up a donation. But y'all will be able to see where it goes, man. I don't believe in, you donate and the money is mine and I just go spend it on some frivolous whatever. Nah. If we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it the right way. Because I don't believe in group economics under this system. But
Mm-hmm.
if we're gonna be under this system, let's use the fiat the right way. Let's get off this YouTube and let's jump on these Zooms. Let's jump
Mm-hmm.
on these encrypted sites and let's really build. You know what I'm saying? So that we can get to this nation. Because we all gonna have to join an established nation. It is what it is, y'all. You know what I'm saying? But it's not an end all be all. The whole point is just like the ancient ancestors. How you think the ancient ancestors spread? The so-called Olmec spread to the Maya. The Maya spread to the Aztec or Inca, and they spread to other societies, man. I know the
Right.
Inca came later, but so you know what I'm saying? So on and so forth. We started in Mesoamerica and we spread. We didn't just vanish. The grandchildren today, when grandchildren grow up, what do? When children grow up, they move. The ones that
Right.
are solid, they don't stay in the home. They leave the home and establish their own home. That's
Yeah, but
all we.
people they just want to support you, real rap.
Nah, for sure.
You
Well, look,
drop a little something
support.
on you
Look,
so you can get off the AOL dial up
ah,
and
stop
teach
it,
the
man.
people. That's all
Look,
it
look,
is. Buy some
look. Do
books.
it. Look. Do it like this, man. Do it like this. You really want to do it like this? I ain't gonna turn down no blessings. I'm good, y'all. I drive big trucks, y'all. I'm good, but I'm not turning down no blessings. If Tasha want to hold a bread, send it to Tasha and hold it. And what I'll do is, when I get it, when I go and establish the Cash App, I'll show y'all what I'm doing with it for real, man.
Right,
I'll
right.
I'll really show y'all, man. So
Yeah,
if
because
y'all
they
want to
know I
send
buy
it,
books.
yeah. Look, and me too. Look, y'all want to buy me books? Do that. Don't give me money, man. Like buy. I just bought Dr. No, I didn't buy it. My sister bought it for me. I'm not gonna lie. Salute to her name is Namari. She don't like her name being said, but I'm gonna salute her anyway. Her name is Namari. That's my sister. She bought me Dr. Francis Cress Wilson's book this week. I want to get into it once I have time. And if that's what y'all want to do, I'll drop my email, or and if y'all really rock with me like that, I'll give you my address for real, for real. I got a
Yeah,
public
you do the
address. I ain't tripping.
reviews. You should
You
do
know what I'm
like
saying?
after you finish that book, like do a review on your channel. So we
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah,
opinion.
I'll do that. I'll do that because it's time for us to get back to telling our own story. I've said that for a very long time, whether I knew it or not. I've been saying that it's time to get back to telling our own story.
Look, Brian said, get him off of AOL, please.
Y'all so wrong. That's why I love y'all, man. Y'all got a good sense of humor, man.
Look, you're glitching out now. You need to get off that dial up.
Hold on, man. It's not. Look, I'm gonna tell y'all what's going on. I'm gonna tell y'all what it is I'm in my living in the I'm living in the what you call it house. I'm living in the office space right now. So
Oh,
it's like
okay.
an office space that I turned into a house. I turned off all the internet. I turned off like all. So I'm working off like my cell phone Wi-Fi.
Oh.
That's why I'm bugging out. You know what I'm saying? But there ain't no excuse. I could have been got it. I'm just
I was like,
lazy,
wait a minute.
man.
Is he in the truck now? Is he driving? I was like, I
Nah,
hope he's
nah,
not
nah,
driving, pulling up on the
nah,
website.
nah, nah. I've done that though, but not driving. Nah, I stop all the time. Like I'm dealing with a case right now. Like my rights got violated out of Tennessee. I was on my way to go see the Air Court Confederacy. I was on my way to go see my people, and I was gonna stop in Ohio to pick up some herb. When I say herb, I mean real herb, like rubbing herbs, things like that.
Hmm.
And the smoking herbs are real too. Let's not get it twisted. But the thing is, you know, I'm gonna do a bill one day on what's called civil seizure. I'm finally glad. See, because I only thought that you was on Instagram, guy. I didn't realize you was on YouTube.
What?
You know what I'm saying?
I'm the biggest on YouTube.
I had no idea. I thought you
You
was
see,
oh
got
shit.
almost 11,000 subscribers on here
You
right now.
are. You huge. I was like, damn, look at this. Look, you just popped up on my recommendations. I was like, bro, I had no idea this woman had a damn YouTube channel. I had
See,
no idea to even ask.
they shadow banned me on here. I'm
Yeah,
surprised
you
it
shadow.
popped up.
Yeah. You shadow banned for real because I had no idea. I've never seen you, never seen a live stream ever. But I'm gonna go back and catch up. I know you got a lot of great builds. You've already shared a lot of great information with me, and all y'all that are sharing great compliments towards me, man, I appreciate all y'all, man. It's not for me, man. It's for y'all and it's for y'all children. I do. I'm gonna start leaving the information up on my channel, and I'm gonna do my best. I know I'm gonna do my best first. All right. Y'all don't
Yeah.
go watch this. I got like 4 or 5 videos up right now.
I know you cracking up real bad now. You were going smooth the whole time. I don't understand.
All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
You still there? Yeah, I think he was talking about the ISIS papers. That's what he's reading. So yeah, the link is in the chat if you want to subscribe to his channel, support his channel. He said he's doing a reconstruction of the channel. You can follow him on Instagram as well. He posts a lot of information every day on there. And Hermosa, you got any questions? You still on here? I don't know if you fell asleep. I'll give him a couple minutes before I sign off because I'm tired, y'all. I told y'all when I got on here, I was not trying to do another 4-hour live. And now I'm doing another one. But we got a lot of information on here. So those who missed the the beginning part, go back to the beginning. I was breaking down the surnames of the Nanticoke people and the different classifications like mulatto and Negro, free blacks, and stuff that they were calling these indigenous people, Indian as well, that they were calling the Nanticoke tribe. And the fact that those people who are under the Nanticoke Nation, like the Piscataway and the Chompatank and Wickamo and these different tribes under them, end up being on those plantations on the Eastern Shore, on those breeding farms, and the biggest breeding farm in the United States, the so-called United States area, was in the Maryland Eastern Shore, and they did have these people. These Indians were enslaved there and were used to create domestic slaves to be sold down the river. That's what the term comes from, being sold down the river to New Orleans and Georgia. And I was talking about earlier how Georgia had a law that banned the importation of Africans, and that law came into play like very early on in Georgia history, probably like around 1790. I can't remember off the top of my head. It's late. Oh, Real Rap is back. But yeah, so go back and watch that at the beginning. You back?
I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah.
It's not.
The dial up.
Man, y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. I was just about to go. I got the book in my truck. I was looking at Raheem said he was like the ice papers is deep. That's what I got. I got
Yeah.
the ISIS papers and yeah. I mean, look. One thing, if y'all look, well, two things. Y'all need to get a body cam before I forget. I wanted to say that random. They're
What's
like they're like $120. 140 for like the top of the line ones. Some of them are like 200, but I'll go ahead and get that, man, because it's a lot of stuff going on out here. That's what I was saying before my dial-up internet started messing up. I had a rights violation happen in Tennessee recently, and had I had the proper footage, a lot of what's going on wouldn't happen. I'm still fighting it. I'll be able to beat it, but that's why I was saying when my AOL was cutting up.
that's like the dash cam?
No, you can put it on your chest.
Oh, so you gonna ride around like that, or just
Yeah,
put it
BD,
on it
yeah,
when you get
BDU,
pulled
yes.
over?
It's called that's called a BDU. You can have it at the office. You can have it wherever you want. It's under yeah. You can have it wherever you go. It's only about the size of like a small wallet. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
okay.
Yeah, it's not like this big huge thing. And they last. Some of them last up to 6 hours. You know what I'm saying? Um, and if nothing happens in the day, it comes with a not a flash drive, but like whatever that little thing is that you insert for the memory. It comes with one of those. Like the gigs. I'm not a computer guy. I'm not computer savvy, but
Mm.
like the little memory cards that last forever. And my boy was putting me on it. He's out of New York. He everywhere he goes when he walks out the house, that body cam is on
You talking
everywhere.
about the SD micro, the mini SD micro disc?
It's just a BDU. Just if you go
Oh,
on eBay, there's a bunch of them on eBay, and just
okay.
go to reviews. I took some pictures of them. It was that, and it was something else I wanted to say to go get because we were talking about books and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it was something else. I can't remember, something random. But I definitely appreciate y'all, sis. Man, 40 people up.
Yeah,
My
they
time, man.
appreciate
Man,
you
man,
too.
man,
Yeah.
it's almost 4:30 in the morning. We still got 40 people up in here.
Oh
That's
yeah.
dope.
Some
That's
people
super
just
dope.
waking up, and especially over here in the East Coast time, they
Yeah, that's
getting up
super
for
dope.
work and stuff.
Hey sis, look, remind me. I gotta get you with my boy Donald G. Grant. He's the one I was telling you that's in the Hamptons, the
Okay.
64-year-old. He's got a wealth of information on his family with the Cherry Hakanata with. Wealth of
Mhm.
information. He can date his genealogy back to the 1300s.
Oh wow. Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I definitely need to get with him with my
Mm-hmm.
Nottoway lineage. I mean, I spoke with some of the people, some of the elders in that tribe, but I don't think I got to get everything together.
Man. And you and Phoenix, y'all gotta come to New Orleans, man. Y'all have to come
Oh, of
back.
course, because Johnny's down there. We definitely gonna come down there. We just trying to
Yeah,
figure out when.
I'm home now. So I was on the road last time y'all came. I was mad. I'm home now. So yeah,
Okay.
we got to do it.
Yeah,
But
you
look,
got to connect with Johnny too.
I have to. I'm right here. I'm only
He's
like
right there.
I'm 2 hours from him. I'm right here in Lafayette.
Yeah, I think y'all will get along well.
I love his information. I follow him on Instagram.
Hmm.
Like anytime he drops that heavy stuff, I work to repost it. No, he's super dope. I love him. I love Phoenix. I love you. I love
Hmm.
everything that y'all stand for and represent.
Thank
And I'm
you.
glad that it's genuine and solid over here. I'll scream that from the mountaintops. It's solid over here. I get a real
Right.
conversation. I don't have to be on Twitter late night trying to get this conversation. I could come to I could come to Tasha and I can come get my fact. You were the one that gave me the edification on the XI on the Chi. That was
Oh,
you. You don't even remember that. That was like a year ago.
wow.
And because I was calling it XI, you were like, it's not XI,
It's
it's Chi.
she. Yeah,
She,
she.
you know what I'm saying? And I've been in love with your information ever since.
All right, thank you.
For sure, for sure.
All right, well, we
Uh
got to have to end this off. I've been
in like
tired.
in like alakain, in like alakain, that means the light, you see in me is the light I see in you. The light you honor in me is the light I honor in you. And definitely high vibes, grand rising to all the lineage out there that was live in the chat,
Yeah,
to
definitely.
Tasha, to the panel, and to everybody watching this on the playback. In like Alakain. Peace.
All right.
Palito.
All right. So, in the power to language to say goodbye, we say Anna. So, Anna.